It's going out.
It's about to, oh, we're already live. Okay.
We're live.
We're live. Shalom,
Live.
Yashar Allah,
Alright.
Israel. Hope everybody's doing good this Shabbat. Shalom to all the schools and all around teaching His word.
What's up, sir?
Brothers in Houston, brothers and sisters in Virginia, in Rochester, New York, San Antonio, the whole nine. Shalom, shalom. Hope everybody's doing well. We're going to get started very shortly.
Yeah.
We just want to make sure we're good today on our comms. Everything is right. It looks like we're good to go. Okay, let's get our prayers in. Okay.
Go ahead.
So just light this up before we get up. All right, we stand right here. All right. Shalom Bukhara, how you doing, brother?
Shalom out.
All right, let's get this going. Slide back. One day we'll have all this computer fanciness taken care of. One day we'll get it. Okay. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah.
Ahawa'ah.
Nathal Lanawa.
Falanawa.
Awar. Zayawam.
Zayawam.
Thawada.
Thawada.
Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai. That gives us light this day. Thanks. So be it.
Okay. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah.
Ahawa'ah.
Nathal Lanawa.
Falanawa.
Rayah.
Rayah.
Nayachacha.
Nayachacha.
Thawada.
Thawada.
Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai. That gives us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Okay, so be it. Imagine Waponya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
All right. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah.
Ahawa'ah.
Nathal Lanawa.
Falanawa.
Hashabbat.
Hashabbat.
Ba'Shalom.
Ba'Shalom.
Thawada.
Thawada.
Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you. So be it.
So be it. Psalms 121. Ainasha.
Anasha.
Ayanyamya.
Yendamya.
Al.
Al.
Hahoyam.
Ahayam.
Ma'aya.
Maya.
Yabuwa'ah.
Yabawa'a.
Isaiah.
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 Yabuwa'ah.
Yabawa'a.
Ma.
Ma.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Sha'aisha.
Sha'isha.
Shemayim.
Shemayim.
Wa'arataza.
Wa'arataza.
La'a.
La'a.
Yanathan.
Yonathan.
Lamawat.
Lamawat.
Regalia.
Regalia.
Yala'a.
Yala'a.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Shashamoria.
Sephoriah.
Hana.
Hana.
Yala'a.
Yala'a.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Yashan.
Yashan.
Shashawamar.
Shashawar.
Yashala.
Yashala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shemaria.
Shemaria.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Tazalia.
Tazalia.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Yanyamya.
Yedemya.
Yad.
Yad.
Hamash.
Hamash.
Yala'a.
Yala'a.
Hakaya.
Hakaya.
Bayawam.
Bayawam.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Halabana.
Halabana.
Balayala.
Balayala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashemaria.
Yashemaria.
Makol.
Makol.
Rai.
Rai.
Yashemar.
Yashemar.
Napasha.
Napasha.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashemar.
Yashemar.
Hawalakia.
Walakia.
Wabu'aya.
Wabu'aya.
Ma'aitha.
Ma'aitha.
Wa'ai.
Wa'ai.
Iwalam.
Iwalam.
Aman.
Aman. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thee from going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. 1 second, John. Slaki, give me 1 second. All right. Shema Yashalom.
Shema Yashalom.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Eloheinu.
Eloheinu.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad. Shema Yashalom.
Shema Yashalom.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Eloheinu.
Eloheinu.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad. Shema Yashalom.
Shema Yashalom.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Eloheinu.
Eloheinu.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad. Hear Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa,
Abanawa,
Shabbat Shemayim,
Shemayim,
Kodash,
Kodash,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Shemka,
Shemka,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Malakwaka,
Malaka,
Sabbath,
Sabbath,
Ratazaka,
Zaka,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Aisha,
Aisha,
Barataza,
Ratza,
Kawab,
Kawab,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Bashemayim,
Shemayim,
Nathanawa,
Nathanawa,
Lacham,
Lacham,
Ko,
Ko,
Yawam,
Yawam,
Wasalachnawa,
Wasalachnawa,
Kawathinawa,
Kawathinawa,
Kasalachnawa,
Kasalachnawa,
Kawathinawa,
Kawathinawa,
Wala'a,
Wala'a,
Fabianawa,
Fabianawa,
Onasai one,
Wasalachnawa,
Abo,
Abo,
Hawashanawa,
Hawashanawa,
Mayan,
Mayan,
Rai,
Rai,
Kayat,
Kayat,
Laka,
Laka,
Amalakwa,
Malakwa,
Waha'ala,
Wa'ala,
Wataparat,
Watapara,
La'aya Walamya.
La'alam.
Amen.
Amen. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'aya Haya,
Yahweh,
Laka,
Laka,
Alahayim,
Alahayim,
Achayim,
Hoya,
Ayah,
Ayah,
Panya.
Panya. Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a,
La'a,
Tha'ina,
Tha'ina,
Laka,
Laka,
Fasal,
Fasal,
Wala'a,
Wala'a,
Tha'ibada.
Thy body. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a,
La'a,
Thalach Wacha,
Thalach,
Sham,
Sham,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bashawa.
Bashawa. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar,
Zakar,
Hayawam,
Hayawam,
Hashabat,
Hashabat,
Lakwadashwa.
Lakwadashwa. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabada Baka,
Kabbalah Baka,
Ya'amaka.
Ya'amaka. Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a,
La'a,
Tharataza.
Taratazah. Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a,
La'a,
Thana'a.
Tana'ah. Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a,
La'a,
Thagana.
Thagana. Thou shalt not steal.
Number 8. Number 9. La'a,
La'a,
Tha'ina.
Tha'ina.
Shakur.
Shakor. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a,
La'a,
Thachaman.
Thachaman.
Ko, Asherah.
Asherah.
Lara'aika.
La'ra'aika. Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Okay. The brothers of God. Okay. Brothers are gone. They're gone. Okay, let me settle up. Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah.
Ha'awa'ah.
Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
Hathawara.
Hathawara. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Matter of fact, we're going to do that over again. Slack. Now it's my fault. We're going to read that part again. I have to make sure the Torah is pulled out when that's happening. First, I'm going to miss that. Barak Thai How about Shem Yao Shai?
Barak Thai How about Shem Yao Shai?
Ahawa Up.
Hawa
Nathanawa. Hathawa Ra.
Hawa. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Okay. Israel Yishabim.
Sit down.
Oh, yeah. Hold on one second. Let's give the brother a book. We got this one. Shalom, sir. We are going to need Josephus today, just so you know. So get your popcorn ready. We're going to do some Josephus work. Once again, shalom, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. Listen, we want to make sure we keep the energy up on the Shabbat.
Woo-woo.
Readers, let's keep that energy strong. Woo-woo. Yep, I'm telling you, woo-woo. Woo-woo. Whatever little hype sound or little hype, energy you want to say, you know what I'm saying? Ooh-wee. Whatever you want to do, let's do it. No, that's a couple of years behind. But we're going to try to get something that the young folk know right now. Exactly. A little bit, trying to. It's getting harder and harder to stay up to date with these cats. Really hard. But it's okay. We're going to be all right. So, last week, we dealt with the mutiny that was going on with Dathan and Korah, and how the nation of Israel was in complete despair with their condition, complete despair about the fact that the Most High was not going to allow that generation to enter into the kingdom of heaven.
They lost the chance.
That first generation lost their shot. They lost their shot at prosperity, and after Israel lost their shot at prosperity, they went crazy.
Yeah.
They went mutinous, and they were trying to sit back here and establish seditions from Moses and Aaron, so that they can go back to their perceived milk and honey, which was in Egypt. In their head, since they couldn't go to Canaan to get their rightful land, they might as well go back to Egypt and go back to their comfort. Listen, and if y'all would have listened to the last two classes on Saturday, you would realize the parallels between what Israel was going through back then is very similar to what Israel is going through now. Taiwan, do you think you can let that brother know that he's got to kind of get up and come up in here, okay, so the young ones can be in that back area, bro?
That's for the kids, bro.
Yeah, listen, exactly.
Hey, bro.
We don't want to throw the names out there, man, for everybody on TV land to hear. We have to make these adjustments.
Babies,
yeah, that room is for the children, man. Not for the guys. You got to get up and get out and get this word in you, man. Okay, so the kids can get in there, so the kids can have a chance in there. Anyway, so back to the point. Knowing that there was possible mutinies and challenging of the authority of Moses and Aaron, the Most High continued to show that he was with Moses and Aaron and not the rebels. So after those beasts were squashed and the perpetrators were killed, then there's other scenarios. Now we're in chapter 19 of Numbers. And it's going to kind of go into, this is going to tap into the tail end of that older generation, the tail end of their time living. The Most High is killing off the rebels, and everybody else that wasn't necessarily rebellious, but didn't have the faith to take and seize the opportunity, he's weeding them out through time. The Most High told Moses he was going to give everybody 40 years. 40 years to live in the wilderness. They was going to die off, and their children were going to take their stead. Right? So, with that being said, Daria, let's get you in. Numbers chapter 19. We're going to salute you in real quick. Get rolling. We're going to get you too.
Daria. Shor Shabbatah, Banya Hauda, Banya Shalom.
Dawiyah, Shor Shabbatah, Banya Hauda, Banya Shalom. Imagine, bro. Yahweh Hashem Shabbatah. Right? Let's do it. So, let's get into Numbers 19, because what Numbers 19 is specifically dealing with is the sacrificing of the red heifer, which is the red cow. And when you sit back, well, let's go into it before I start talking a whole lot of jazz. So let's read that.
Numbers, chapter 19 and verse 1.
Also, get your Josephus ready, because we're going to be going to the Antiquities of the Jews, book 4, chapter 4, paragraph 6. Then we're going to jump to paragraph 5. So, Antiquities of the Jews, book 4, chapter 4, paragraph 6. Okay? Okay, let's go down here.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, This is the ordinance of the law which the Lord hath commanded, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, that they bring thee a red heifer without spot, wherein is no blemish, and upon which never came yoke.
Okay, so the Most High said you got to find a red heifer, which is a red female cow. Now, when you sit back and look online and look for a red cow, you're going to see that burnt orange / brown cow. Really, it's not even burnt orange. It's a brown cow. It's a pure brown cow. It's not a red like the apocryphal red. That's not what a red cow is. A red cow is really a brown cow. And this concept is also used when you're dealing with ruddy people. Because a lot of times the idea of ruddy is looked upon as if it's red, like Esau red. But when you sit back here and look at how the Most High views a red heifer or a red cow is a brown cow. Okay? And the Most High still looks at our people, Israel, when Israel was being looked upon as being ruddy, it's just a light-skinned person or brown person, a brown man or a brown woman. It's not talking about red. Okay?
Not
just
Clifford.
So we understand it. What's that?
It's not Clifford the dog.
No, it's not Clifford the big red dog.
It's not that. But
no.
it's a slight tint to it.
It's a tint of brown to it. It is a brown cow. It is a brownish cow. Yes, sir.
Is that how people refer to like red bone?
It's like red bone, exactly. But red bone doesn't mean they're red. Their skin ain't red and their bones ain't red for sure. Okay, what it's telling you is brown. So red heifer, red cow, red when it's referring to our people or the species of obviously cows, it's talking about brown.
And this is the thing too, when you deal with nothing but different livestock and everything's brown, you're gonna make a slight distinction between the types of brown.
Exactly.
Because there's your nation is all a brown nation, then it's not like you're getting these different color schemes. You're getting, okay, this is a light brown, it's a brown but a little yellow tint to it. So here's a brown, little reddish tint to it. There's different shades of brown.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see what it's saying about the red heifer.
So what's happening is this red cow, this red heifer, which is a female cow, read on, without spot.
It says, where therein is no blemish, and upon which never came yoke.
The no blemish meaning there's no variations in their color. There's no blemish with the skin. There's no issues and oddities with the body. Okay? And it's saying, and which never came a yoke, meaning it was never having to be, it wasn't written on. It wasn't an animal for service. It was allowed to be free. Okay? It had to be a free animal that wasn't like doing laborious work. Read on.
And ye shall give her unto Eleazar the priest, that he may bring forth her without the camp.
So now, Eleazar, which was the priest at the time, his job was to make sure that this red heifer was slightly outside of the camp where all the people congregated. Okay, read on.
And one shall slay her before his face.
Mm-hmm.
And Eleazar the priest shall take of her blood with his finger, and sprinkle of her blood directly before the tabernacle of the congregation 7 times.
Okay.
And one shall burn the heifer in his sight, her skin and her flesh, and her blood with her dung shall he burn.
So every part of that red heifer had to be sacrificed and burnt into ashes. Read on.
And the priest shall take cedar wood and hyssop and scarlet.
Hyssop is a cleansing agent. Okay. Hyssop is used to cleanse. Right? Read on.
And cast it into the midst of the burning of the heifer.
Okay.
Then,
so wood, hyssop, scarlet. Read on.
Then the priest shall wash his clothes, and he shall bathe his flesh in water. And afterward he shall come into the camp, and the priest shall be unclean until the evening.
Mm-hmm.
And
so this process made him unclean. He was going to be clean after the day was over. Read on.
And he that burneth her shall wash his clothes in water,
Mm-hmm.
and bathe his flesh in water, and shall be unclean until the evening.
Okay.
And a man that is clean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer, and lay them up without the camp.
What verse we at?
9.
Okay. Read it from the top again, verse 9.
And a man that is clean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer, and lay them up without the camp in a clean place.
So the ashes of this heifer was supposed to be laid up outside of the camp in a clean place. Read on.
And it shall be kept for the congregation of the children of Israel for a water of separation. It is a purification for sin.
So this red heifer was used as a purification tool or purification for sin. If there was sin, and also specifically if Israel touched a dead body, then they would have to use some of the ashes of this red heifer to become clean again. Okay? So it was used. This animal had to be that sacrifice when we were impure. Okay? Read on.
Verse 10.
Keep going.
And he that gathereth the ashes of the heifer shall wash his clothes,
Mm-hmm.
and be unclean
Mm-hmm.
until the even. And it shall be unto the children of Israel and unto the stranger that sojourneth among them a statute forever.
God. So this was a law and a statute forever that this red heifer was used to as a symbol to cleanse anybody that was impure. Okay, read on.
He that toucheth the dead body of any man shall be unclean 7 days.
Exactly. Read on.
He shall purify himself with it.
With it, meaning those ashes, you would purify yourself. If you had touched a dead body, you were unclean 7 days, right? But on your 3rd day and your 7th day is when you would use the ashes that was mixed with water and this hyssop, and it will be sprinkled on you, and it will make you clean if you were sprinkled on the 3rd day and the 7th day. Read on.
He shall purify himself with it on the 3rd day. And on the 7th day he shall be clean.
Mm-hmm.
But if he purify not himself the 3rd day, then the 7th day he shall not be clean.
Exactly. So you had to get cleansed on the 3rd and the 7th day with these ashes.
I got a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Do people make soap out of ashes? Is that like a thing?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, just a quick question.
I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. I wanted to let's keep going on this because I want to go on to Josephus because it explains a little bit about this purification process in the Josephus also. But let's keep going.
Verse 13. Whosoever toucheth the dead body of any man that is dead, and purifieth not himself, defileth the tabernacle of the Lord, and that soul shall be cut off from Israel,
Mm-hmm.
because the water of separation was not sprinkled upon him. He shall be unclean. His uncleanness is yet upon him.
Exactly. So what he's saying is if you are unclean and you don't go through this purification process, you are going to be cut off. Yes, sir?
I apologize. Just to answer the brother's question, yes, they do.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a soap.
How to
Ashes.
make soap from ashes.
It's the great for so when quote unquote when we came over, Esau had ashes. They had a whole bunch of chemicals. Well, their chemicals the time period. They used to wash us with that like an ash water to get us off the ships to keep us from. I guess we had disease and we were on this ship for so long. They had these force baths and it was like it would burn our skin, but it was their way of cleaning us. I just thought about that.
I wish you would have brought that up. I'm glad you brought it up.
They mix it with lye and stuff like that too. That's probably
Yeah, it's a burn our skin. We got off the slave ships, and they would get the water full of ashes and whatever they put in the lye, and they would scrub us and would burn all the bacteria and disease off of us, and then they would take us, we'd be washed, and then they'd be, cut our hair, check our teeth, check our body, see if we were irregularities, and then they would set that auction up, and they say, okay, you're gonna get bought with these people, and then they would start directing people where they want them sent based on, this strong buck. This is a good mammy. This right here is a child. This is a good laborer.
Mm-hmm.
This different. They would divide us, but the first thing they did was take us off and wash us with these ashes. So it's kind of the parallel's crazy. The Most High had us like, listen.
This was a form of purification because the hyssop, I would imagine, is that form of lye. Because the hyssop is a cleansing agent. So we're not using lye that burns, but it was still a process of cleansing that was used to purify yourself. Matter of fact, what you gonna say?
No, it just was running through my mind real quick. There's nothing new under earth.
Mm-hmm.
It's everything has a flip and a turnover. So.
Exactly. And what is also, let's go here in Antiquity of the Jews because it's showing that there was a physical process of cleansing to cleanse yourself from the death, or to cleanse yourself from the sin that was on you, or the filth that was on you. Okay. Once again, Antiquities of the Jews, book 4. Chapter 4, paragraph 6.
Book 4, chapter 4.
We're good.
Paragraph 6.
Okay.
All right.
Now, what we're going to realize, let's read it. Let's read the first few sentences, and then we'll explain from there.
All right. Book 4, chapter 4, paragraph 6. Antiquities of the Jews. Then it was that Miriam, the sister of Moses.
Now, Miriam was the one who complained about Moses having an Egyptian wife that he had married 10 years before this happened.
Before the game got started.
Before they even left Egypt, Moses was with this woman. And she's complaining in the middle, in the heat of the battle, during the heart of sedition. She wants to bring this up. Anyway, this was Miriam, the sister of Moses. Read on.
It says, then it was Miriam, the sister of Moses, came to her end.
It was the time that she was going to pass on. Read on.
Having completed her 40th year.
So what it's showing you is around Numbers 19, after all those seditions had happened with Dathan and Korah and all of the top 12 of the elders that were picked from each tribe, when they had to sit back here and they put all their rods up in the tabernacle, and then it ended up being the Aaron's rod that budded of the almond, right? Like budded almonds.
Okay.
After all those seditions, now we're around Numbers 19, and this was the period of time when that first generation was all about died off. And this is what this time gives us that period where everybody's dying off, and that 40th year had capped off. So what does it also let you know? When that 40th year is capping off, now it's the Most High's time for Israel to start going into their new endeavors.
Yeah.
It's the next generation's time to come up, which also lets you know what? What does this situation tell us? Anybody know? What this situation is telling us now is that this is a whole new generation of people that have to be retaught from scratch.
True.
Every generation that comes up has to learn their experience in faith, has to get tested, has to get developed. All those experiences that their parents went through was what their parents went through. So it didn't matter. This new generation has to learn faith, has to experience how to please the Most High. Keep that in mind. Starting from Numbers 19 on, this is an entirely new generation of Israelites that the Most High has to reteach and redevelop. Yes.
Wouldn't it also be because they were with that older generation, so they picked up bad habits. I mean,
Well, yes, but also the Most High was dealing with them with a clean slate.
right.
And they might have picked up habits.
Some influence.
Yes, some influence, but the Most High is working with this new group. So now he's going to work with them and develop them and show them new experiences so they can learn how to cleave to him for themselves. I want you to keep this in mind as we go from 19 on. So now as we're seeing them complain and trip and go through their ebbs and flows, you're seeing how the Most High is redeveloping a new crew, redeveloping a new generation for them to start dealing with their battles. Just like the Most High dealt with that last crew back in Egypt, developing and getting them to learn how to trust them. And you're going to start seeing how the battles start small and start gradually picking up. No different than how the Most High had Israel go through their scenarios, and how after that miraculous scenario in Egypt, he started developing their faith little by small endeavor after small endeavor, and eventually, pop, they were in a position to cross over and fight their battle. It's the same way the Most High deals with each and every one of us when we're experiencing our battles. He starts with small attainable goals and challenges, and we're supposed to take every small challenge to take us to the next challenge. And you're going to start seeing how he develops us, but it starts around Numbers 19. The reason that Numbers 19 starts talking about the whole red heifer scenario is because this was around the time when Miriam died. And we're going to read it. Let's keep going. So we're back in the Antiquities of the Jews, book 4, chapter 4, paragraph 6. Read it from the top again.
Then it was that Miriam, the sister of Moses, came to her end, having completed her 40th year.
She completed her 40th year. She was of that last generation, that first generation. So all of the people of that first generation were nearing their end. Read on.
Since she left Egypt on the first day of the lunar month, Xanthicus.
Listen, the lunar month, Xanthicus, is April. So the first day of April of that year was when she passed on. Okay? April is the what? It's the first year of spring. First month of spring. March, April.
God.
So it was April 1st was when Miriam died. So it kind of gives you an idea of when we were about to transition into our new land. The process that it took. Okay? Because also it lets you know we're jumping down the way. But when Moses sat back, when Joshua initiated us into our new land, right? Before we went into Canaan, what did we celebrate? You remember in Joshua? What did we celebrate when we went into Canaan? The Passover. We celebrate the Passover, then we went and took over Canaan. Just like when we sat back here and we celebrate the Passover and left Egypt. They both represented us going to new lands during the Passover time. So now we're dealing with, after this 40th year, Miriam dies April 1. Read on.
They then made a public funeral for her.
Public funeral. So now everybody is what? Everybody's what? Everybody's unclean. And this is where it starts to explain why the red heifer was necessary. Because everybody was unclean. It was a public funeral. Read on.
At a great expense, she was buried upon a certain mountain, which they call Sin. And when they had mourned for her 30 days, Moses purified the people after this manner.
This was how the purification process was established. Now introducing the red heifer. Okay, read on.
He brought a heifer that had never been used to the plow or to husbandry.
So this explains about never being, it explains where it says never came the yoke. It said that the animal never learned husbandry or the plow. Read on.
That was complete in all its parts.
Had no deficiencies of the body. Read on.
And entirely of a red color.
Red color, and we know that red color is a brown color. Entirely brown.
So red is brown.
Yes, but it's still brown.
Yeah.
It's more of a, it's like a burnt orange brown. Okay, it's a reddish brown. But it's not red. Read on.
at a little distance from the camp, into a place perfectly clean. This heifer was slain by the high priest, and her blood sprinkled with his finger 7 times before the tabernacle of the Most High. After this, the entire heifer was burnt in that state, together with its skin and entrails.
That's why when it said it was burnt with the dung just means the guts. Okay, read on.
And they threw cedar wood and hyssop and scarlet wool into the midst of the fire.
Hold on a second. Yes, sis. So by being present, they were clean. They were unclean. So if you go to a grave site, you're unclean by being in the presence of all that other death. So, sis, to answer your question, if you go to a funeral, if you go to a grave site, you are automatically unclean. So, so keep going up.
Then
where are we at?
We're on, I guess,
then a clean man, right?
Mid 6, yeah. And hyssop and I'm sorry, it says I'll read the point.
No, then
after this, point 80. After this, the entire heifer was burnt in that state, together with its skin and entrails. And they threw cedar wood and hyssop and scarlet wool.
And hyssop is that cleaning agent. Hyssop is a cleansing agent that is mixed in with these ashes. So when these ashes are hitting you, you're also getting hit with the cleansing agent and the water. Okay? Read on.
Into the midst of the fire. Then a clean man gathered all her ashes together and laid them in a place perfectly clean. When therefore any persons were defiled by a dead body, they put a little of these ashes into spring water with hyssop, and dipping part of the ashes in it, they sprinkled them with it.
I'll read that part again. It says, when therefore any persons. I'm sorry.
It says, when therefore any persons were defiled by a dead body, they put a little of these ashes into spring water with hyssop, and dipping part of these ashes in it, they sprinkled them with it, both on the 3rd day and on the 7th. And after that, they were clean.
So the sprinkling of these ashes represent the cleansing of your entire body. A lot of times back in those days, we did symbolic gestures to show that symbolically or spiritually that you were clean from these physical actions. Dipping this water on you, dipping these ashes in water mixed with hyssop was symbolic of if I touched a dead body or was near a dead body, you'd be cleansed. So obviously the entire nation of Israel got cleansed in this way with that red heifer. Okay? And it was just a little bit of ashes in the water and this hyssop to spread out that far. What it tells you in other readings is after the temple fell the 2nd time, there was no other sightings of red heifers until I think 2018. There was no pure red heifer found or until now, to this present time. After that 2nd fall of Israel in 70 AD. The temple fall in the 2nd time, there was no more red heifers found. So this lets you know that the Most High, listen, I don't know what that means about what's going to happen in the next few years. I guess that red heifer is still a baby right now. It's 3 years old. I don't know how long or if that means anything. I have no clue. But there was no sightings or records of red heifers since 70 AD when we fell.
It's crazy.
But that was what's necessary to cleanse the people. Maybe it's obviously, I would think that red heifer symbolizes Christ and how his death now all of a sudden became what we needed to cleanse ourselves. And we didn't need a red heifer anymore. He was our cleanser. He cleanses from sin. He purified us from sin, because that's what they're saying this red heifer was. This red heifer's ashes symbolized the purification of our body. But when Christ died, Christ sat back here was that power or that force that cleansed us or purged us from that sin. That's the parallel. Okay, that red heifer's ashes Christ dying on the cross for our sins. Keep that in mind. Let's keep going.
They sprinkled them with it, both on the third day and on the seventh.
We said in the Bible, third and the seventh. Read on.
And after that, they were clean.
Mm-hmm.
This he enjoined them to do so, also when the tribes were come into their own land.
So Moses, like, when you get into your homeland, we're going to still use these ashes of the red heifer to accomplish the same thing. Okay? This was a process that was to be maintained as we transition to Canaan. Hold that and go. Let me see. Yeah, we're going to hold that and go back to the scriptures again. So I think we're at 19 and verse 13.
19 and verse 13. Whosoever toucheth the dead body of any man that is dead, and purifieth not himself, defileth the tabernacle of the Lord.
Because aren't we the Most High's tabernacle? Aren't we the Most High's temple? So he's still telling us that we have to purify ourselves. And we're supposed to treat our bodies and our bodies sacred, just like the temple is supposed to be treated sacred. So he's saying if we don't sit back here and keep our temple sacred, then we're not keeping the temple of the Most High sacred. Because we are a symbol of the Most High's temple. Right? Shalom, sis. So let's keep going.
Come. And that soul shall be cut off from Israel, because the water of separation was not sprinkled upon him.
Exactly.
He shall be unclean. His uncleanness is yet upon him.
So what he continues to show us that each individual person has to strive to be spiritually clean, physically clean, because we're all symbolic of that temple of the Heavenly Father. Right? Okay, let's continue to go.
This is the law. When a man dieth in a tent, all that come into the tent, and all that is in the tent, shall be unclean.
And to answer your question, Cindy, we were talking about this earlier, that even if you're in the vicinity of the tent, you're unclean. If you go into the tent, you don't have to touch the body, you're still unclean. Okay? So going to a grave site, going to a funeral, you're going to be unclean just by going on the grounds. That gives us the understanding of what it means to be unclean. You don't have to physically touch the dead body to be unclean. So don't forget, during this time of when Miriam passed, obviously everybody, this was a public funeral, and it was a 30 days of mourning for Miriam. So everybody was around this woman. Yes, sis.
Are there any laws against having a funeral on Saturday?
We're supposed to be a day of rest, but I haven't read about it happening. But I haven't read about it happening. But if we're about to sit back and make it about the Lord, I would imagine that. Hold on.
I've never read about it.
I never read it. But I'm just trying to think. Christ rose on the Sabbath day. I gotta research it, but I haven't read it. Off the top. I can't.
Because I see if we're gonna be unclean, that day seems like any day.
Who's gonna be unclean anyway? God.
So I only ask because certain Israelites say that like that's supposed to be wrong, and I just want to hear for myself. Like,
Yeah.
You know,
a lot of times you just want to kind of stick to the scriptures on the Sabbath day. You're supposed to do no work, but can we really control when somebody dies or a funeral day? That's kind of hard to do also. So, let's continue. We are in verse 15.
Yeah, no.
14?
Yeah, 14.
Yeah.
I'll read again. This is the law. When a man dieth in a tent,
Mm-hmm.
all that come into the tent, and all that is in the tent, shall be unclean 7 days.
Okay. Read on.
And every open vessel which hath no covering bound upon it is unclean.
Okay.
So it has to be covered.
Yeah, everything has to be covered. Exactly.
Sealed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And whosoever toucheth one that is slain with a sword in the open fields, or a dead body, or a bone of a man,
Mm-hmm.
or a grave, shall be unclean 7 days.
Okay. So once again, this is to the law about being unclean. Yes, sir.
So would that mean when we be at war and fighting with the other nations, because
Yeah.
we're killing people,
Yeah.
that means once we killed someone, we'd be unclean 7 days.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Listen, don't you think when they talk about David and certain men were so valiant, they killed so many people that the blood of their slain would be there'd be so much blood in their hands that their blood would congeal to their sword, so they couldn't take the sword out of their hands because it'd be so much blood that had been spilled to where they couldn't get it out. They'd be like this. They'd be in a position where they couldn't get the sword out of their hands. It was that much killing. Because blood is sticky. But how much blood has to be flowing around your hands to where it sticks to the sword? Where you can't, it's congealed to the sword. That's a lot. That's a lot of blood and gut. It's not just blood, it's guts. It's body pieces. Entrails. And yeah, heck yeah, entrails. A little poop in there too. a little neck blade, little spinal action going on here, all in your wrist. It's not just here; it's all on your arm. What's some damn Braveheart stuff, man?
Yeah.
It's Braveheart, all right, times 3. Yes, sis. Yeah, exactly. If you want to make it sound real big, it's whatever on steroids. And you're like, it means a lot. What's up,
Does it
sis?
ever really go into why the Most High says that if you're unclean for 7 days and you go to like a funeral, if you touch a dead body?
He says
Like,
what?
Does it ever like go exactly why he had that? Like why he said that?
No. It just said it for what it is. And he says you got to clean yourself on the 3rd and the 7th day. That's just how he wants it to be done. Listen, I wish I had the answer.
And also,
Sometimes it is what it is.
We can't eat anything that dies of itself.
Yeah.
So what made this thing die?
So
of
you
itself?
can't have roadkill.
Yeah, you can't die of roadkill, or let's say it's chicken, it's something good. But if it died of itself, you didn't kill it.
So it was sick.
It's some kind of bacteria or sickness that's associated with that certain.
So it can't be no Bear Grill stuff where you sit back here walking in the woods and it's dead. What's that?
If it just drop dead, you can't.
Yeah, exactly.
We can't eat diseased food.
And he's doing it to protect us. Whatever it's doing, you know, the point is this. When you're sitting back and reading laws, even though we might not have all the specific details, you have to know the Most High is looking after our own best interest. And that would help us. Because the scripture also tells us in, I think it's Thessalonians or Corinthians, where it says that we look through a glass darkly. Meaning, so with all the knowledge we have, we're still limited to the scope and the depth of the information that we need. We don't have as much information as we would like to. We don't have all the answers. Okay? But we keep digging and we keep reading until we do get the answers. So, okay, so let's continue. 7 days you're unclean. The 3rd day you get your purification, and the 7th day you get your purification. Let's continue.
Verse 17. For an unclean person, they shall take of the ashes of the burnt heifer of purification for sin, and running water shall be put thereto in a vessel.
Mm-hmm.
And a clean person shall take hyssop and dip it in the water and sprinkle it upon the tent and upon all the vessels and upon the persons that were there,
Mm-hmm.
and upon him that toucheth a bone or one slain or one dead or a grave.
So what that has to be done is those ashes mixed with the water and the hyssop has to be sprinkled on every item that was unclean. Now, any open vessel, the tent, the people that were around the tent. This had to get stretched really far. I would imagine you get a little grain of what do you call it? Ashes. To spread that much for all the people? That's a lot. It didn't say you can't go to a funeral. What it said is if you do go to a funeral, you're unclean 7 days, means you can't go to class, you can't be around the school for that 7-day period of time. Now, we don't have any red heifers in the backyard, so we're fresh out of that. So all you can do is take a bath, clean up, shower up, and keep stepping. We ain't got no red heifers. Only got one red heifer they said that was running around in Israel in 2018, and we ain't got no. I think if we wouldn't try to take him right now, we'd be thrown in jail real quick. That damn red heifer's running around in the land of Israel, roaming free, grazing for free, waiting to die. I'm pretty sure of it. So yeah, we can't get to that red heifer, so we on our own. But once again, for the mere fact that Christ died for our sins, he purifies us. But we still have to be conscious of when you are you touch a dead body or around a funeral, you are unclean. That's the understanding. All right. Let's continue.
It says, verse 19, and the clean person shall sprinkle upon the unclean on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day, and on the 7th day he shall purify himself, and wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and shall be clean at even.
And there you go. Read on.
But the man that shall be unclean.
That's why it's important to bathe yourself in water. If you're unclean, you still got to take your bath / shower.
And that's in contrast to the Ganges River when you have Elam or so-called Indians, who they bathe and wash and deal and
in the same bath.
They continue. They completely immerse themselves in their holy river, which is the Ganges River, which is a river where they throw all their dead and disease into.
Yes.
So,
and animals take poops and they take their baths in that river too.
And as the water flows, you can see rib cages of people's family members and arms and skulls, everything floating down the Ganges River.
And they're doing this. They see them body parts floating. They doing this.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that? You're immersing yourself in water and you're just.
That's what's happening.
You got water in your system, bro. It's gross. It is literally disgusting.
I saw that video.
I did too.
That video.
And the Ganges River looked brown.
Ooh.
It was brownish.
Yeah.
Like or pertaining to brown, it had some brown in there. It wasn't blue, nothing. It was bluish brown. And I'm not lying. That's the truth. Anyway, I had to bring that up because I thought when you said that, like, you're right. And that's the same place where the animals, they bathe their animals. They bathe their cows and their beasts.
Huh?
That's the holy river. That ain't the holy. Listen, those are the same people that sit back here and have like homes or temples
For rats.
for rats.
Rat temples.
It's a rat temple. And they sit back here and they believe that ancestors, and when you die, you get reincarnated like with the rats. And they sit back here meditating in the rat temples.
And feeding them till they be
And that's why they're there. Why would the rats be in the temple if there was no food there?
The rest like, you worshiping me, baby.
I want steak tonight.
You gonna be in order. Give me that cheese. Okay? I'm your cousin.
Y'all be your cousin. I'm your mama. I'm your daddy. I'm that whatever in that alley. I'm your pusher, man. It's hilarious. Anyway, let me stop, man. But let's get back to the real purification. That's some bad purification. Listen, I couldn't do that. Listen, a bunch of rats rolling on my body, man. They can have that. They can have that. You can keep that, G.
God.
Anyway.
So that's why it's like what the Most High gives us is always superior to what the culture the nations have inherited or what the nations have come up with.
Got it. So let's continue, man. Let's continue. Let's keep doing it.
Verse 19. And the clean person shall sprinkle upon the unclean on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day, and on the 7th day he shall purify himself, and wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and shall be clean at even. But the man that shall be unclean, and shall not purify himself, that soul shall be cut off from among the congregation,
Got it.
because he hath defiled the sanctuary of the Lord.
Done.
It also shows to appreciate the sanctuary.
Yeah. But the crazy, you define the sanctuary, but it's not cleaning yourself.
God.
You have to, listen, you represent, each and every one of us represents being that tabernacle of the Most High. And we have to purify ourselves in general.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
The water of separation hath not been sprinkled upon him, he is unclean.
Okay?
And it shall be a perpetual statute unto them, that he that sprinkleth the water of separation shall wash his clothes.
Mm-hmm.
And he that toucheth the water of separation shall be unclean unto the even.
It says if you touch the water, it says if you don't purify yourself, you're going to be unclean. You're going to get cut off. It's a perpetual statute. And he that sprinkleth the water of separation shall wash his clothes. And he that toucheth the water of separation shall be unclean until even. So even the people that are doing that actual process of sprinkling have to be clean after the fact.
God.
Why? Because they're still touching a defiled heifer. You're touching the poop and all that other stuff.
God.
So come, let's keep going.
And
22.
And whatsoever the unclean person toucheth shall be unclean.
Okay.
And the soul, and the soul that toucheth it shall be unclean to the even.
Okay. So once again, now we understand the process of purification, and actually even why the purification was explained at this particular point, because Miriam had just died, and it was a process of mourning for her for 30 days. They were going to go through the purification process of the people, kill the red heifer. Once again, the hyssop, the water, you sprinkle on the people that were unclean on the third day and the seventh day. That was the law, right? We got that so far? Cool. So let's continue in chapter 20 and let's go chapter 20. Let's read that in the scriptures. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, chapter 20.
Mm-hmm.
All right. No problem. All right. Numbers 20 and 1. Then came the children of Israel, even the whole congregation, into the midst of Zin in the first month.
So it was in the wilderness of Zin in the first month. Read on. We just talked about it was the first month. Read on.
And the people abode in Kadesh, and Miriam died there and was buried there.
So we know that, we read earlier that it was 30 days of mourning when Miriam died. And it explained in chapter 19 what they were doing for the purification process. Now I also want us to understand that Moses was still the head and he lost his sister in this 30-day period of time. Keep that in mind. Read on.
And there was no water for the congregation. And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron.
Now listen, here we damn go again.
The theme hasn't changed.
But you know why? Because now it's a new set of people that don't have no faith again. We went through this water demon 25 years ago.
Yeah.
Right? There was a water crisis when we left Egypt. And they were going crazy because they didn't water. There was like 3 separate incidences when we left Egypt that we was complaining about and rioting about the lack of water. And how you sent us out in the middle of the desert to die with no water and no drink. And the Most High made Moses sit back here and communicate to the rock for water to come out the first time, right? But that was the first generation of people that were tripping and complaining.
I remember my only experience with this kind of spirit. I remember we were doing push-ups, right? You know, we were doing push-ups for a minute.
Yeah.
And this boy started flipping out.
The service of rigor. The rigor issue?
No. It wasn't that. He was flipping out, and we were like, all like, why you keep quitting the push-up? Like, why are you getting on your knees? Why are you getting all weak? And we're like trying to hold our position. And everybody's suffering because we're waiting for everybody to be strong so we can get back into position, right? And then Tasha one was going in like, why do you keep quitting? Why do you keep getting weak? Everybody's waiting for you to get strong. We're all suffering, waiting for you.
Yeah.
And he said, my mouth is dry. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that. I'm like,
So what does your mouth being dry have to do with the fact that your arms are giving in and you decided not to
his
do
body,
more
his body was in the ground. He was looking completely defeated. He's on his knees. Everybody's shaking. Everybody's like doing the twist out. We're waiting. We're trying to we all have to be strong at the same time in order to get up. But his mouth being dry took precedence over everybody. So I can see why people were tripping that their mouth was dry back then. Maybe it was the dryness of their mouth.
My point, all I'm trying to say is that Moses is an older man.
God.
He's sitting back here having to do this all over again with another generation of people.
God.
He's having to go through the same complaints over and over and over again. I can attest that. Every generation of young men you develop, you deal with the same issues repeatedly over and over and over again. Every wave of men that come in and get taught, you're having to reteach, redevelop, re-deal with the drama, re-deal with the BS. That's a fact. So now you got the young generation of guys mad that they thirsty. Like, didn't you see? Obviously, what it's showing you is they didn't learn from their last generation. And whatever they saw from their parents, they didn't see the Most High taking care of them. Or, like most young people realize, it's one thing to be up under your dad's roof.
Exactly.
And everything works out.
Yep.
And you look up and there's food in the table, rent's paid.
Imagine.
But you go out here and touch that smoke in them streets on your own and see how hard it is to pay bills. Keep utilities on. Everybody want iPhone, everything. iPhone this, everything computer. I'm going to say everything computer, everything top notch.
Yeah.
But you realize how hard it is to sustain it. It's showing you the same scenario. It's with this next generation of Israelites that were having to get trained and developed from scratch. And one of their first battles was the fact that there was no water for a period of time. Because also what's happening. Read chapter 20, verse 1 again.
Verse 1. Then came the children of Israel, even the whole congregation, into the desert of Zin in the first month.
So now what it's showing you is the Most High is starting to get them on the move. They've left their residence that they had for a long period of time. They was in one spot for a long damn time. 40 years. No, not 40 years. I would say 38 years. They was in one spot. Because it took 2 years to get from Egypt to their final destination. So after that that means it's 38 years in that one spot.
Yeah.
No, they were just sitting in one spot. He didn't let them go nowhere. They were stuck underneath Canaan, looking up at Canaan.
Crazy.
That was 38 years. This is what you could have had, sucker. But you was too afraid. And you know what? Now you can't go back to Egypt, and you can't send a ragtag band of guys to do it after you had the opportunity. So you're going to sit back and look down the way and look at what you screwed up and
torture.
screwed. It is torture. This is what it was.
What you could have had.
It was on the south of Canaan. They were on the south of Canaan looking at what they could have had. It could have been you. That could have been you right there. Like Ricky saw it was. Huh? What was your question at?
Actually, no, I was going to say, so basically at this point, he's taking them out of their comfort zone.
That's the point I was bringing out. They were in one spot for 38 years. Miriam dying, it was saying in the Josephus that was around the time when the 40th year was up. With the 40th year being up, now it's time for this next generation to start going through their battles. Now he's starting to get Israel going and moving them out of the wilderness. But they were comfortable in one spot. Now he's shaking them up. Now you got to go to the wilderness of Zin. Now in that wilderness of Zin, Miriam died, so they stayed there for 30 days in that wilderness of Zin that they were uncomfortable with. Now you start getting people uncomfortable and unsettled. Now they start complaining. This is that new generation tripping now. But they're tripping, but it was really the Most High starting to try to teach them to trust Him. That's what was happening. For every new endeavor, every new battle, every new wilderness demon, it was really the Most High said, okay, I got to mobilize you, make you uncomfortable, but the discomfort is created for you to rely on me. That was the purpose of it, right? Yes, that one?
It's kind of like they've gotten into a routine.
They were in a routine and they had never been challenged.
Yeah, they don't like to get changed. And then when they do get changed, as soon as something comes up, that's where there's that loss of the Most High.
Exactly.
I'm no longer realizing, okay, he's got me out here, he's going to take care of me.
But
regardless of what the change is of the circumstance.
But what you're communicating, this is an entirely new group of people that have never experienced that. And that's where the challenge is. Their daddies and mamas faced it, not this generation. So now it makes sense. Okay, why these? Because you keep reading, why these guys tripping? Well, there's a new generation of guys who are tripping that have a new battle in front of them. Let's keep going. Verse 2 again.
Verse 2. And there was no water for the congregation, and they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron.
So now they're going against Moses. It's old Aaron and old Moses. It's older Moses and older Aaron.
Which is a problem. That's a problem.
That's I'm telling you, there is a difference when you're a young, spry 30-year-old dad than when you're a 50-year-old dad. You ain't got the patience when you're 50 and you're dealing with some hollering ass kids. That's why when you're a grandparent, I take them for a couple hours and I'm dropping them little kids back off to their mama.
Right, and even then they spoil.
I'm gonna play with them for a little bit. We're gonna do some fun things outside. And when you start tripping and crying and you spilling ice cream all on your damn shirt, okay, dude, listen, man, you taking poops. You grab them like this. Go ahead, your kid back. You grab them like this. They just like, it's your time to wipe asses. I ain't doing that no more, man. Those are facts. Those are damn facts. Because when I become a granddad, we gonna hang out, we gonna play. I'm gonna do blue, and then when it's time, after a couple hours, hey man, I ain't got time for this no more, man. Grandparents get in and they get out. It ain't gonna be 8-hour daycare, G. I don't know about y'all, but I'm not doing the 8-hour thing. I have earned the right to bow out. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna hang out. I ain't dealing with no poopy drawers and crying. I ain't doing all that crap, man. I'm not. So, point is this, but it's showing you that as you get older, your temperament changes, your patience changes, and you don't got the tolerance like you used to have. So keep that in mind as we keep going forward. It's a new generation tripping, complaining, upset. Read on.
And they gathered themselves together. They came together.
Yeah. Like they always did.
Again,
complaining.
Not for righteousness' sake.
Of course not.
We come together to come against
for the worse.
Yeah.
Read on.
Against Moses and against Aaron. And the people chode with Moses.
Mm-hmm. Complained. Read on.
And spake, saying, would the Most High that we had died with our brethren, when our brethren died before the Lord?
So what he's saying is, we should have died with our older generation, our mamas and daddies. It would have been better that we would have died with our mothers and fathers than to sit back here and still be alive and suffer like this.
And that's an extreme statement.
That is an extremely ungrateful, unappreciative statement.
God.
It would have been better that we all died than to catch this type of supernatural hell. Because how many times Israel sits back and tell you that what they're going through is more greater than any other person's battle that they went through in the history of mankind. That is Israel to a T.
And it's the funny part.
That is you, all of us. We'll tell ourselves what we're going through is way worse than generations before. No, what I'm going through is important.
God.
What you gonna say?
Well, what's crazy is they were technically supposed to die with their own generation.
Most High was giving them mercy.
If it was Most High's way, yeah, you would have had what you wanted. You would have. It shows how ungrateful a person is. Most High wanted to smoke everybody and start from scratch with rocks. That's what he wanted to do. And Moses was like, please don't do this.
He said, okay then, that first generation is not coming in, but for their children's sake, I'll wait.
Come. And the children now
are complaining.
Are saying, listen, we were better off all die together. It just shows like all the hell you went through to save me, I don't appreciate it. And with people, it's the same way.
I know.
When you deal with people, sometimes, not sometimes,
A lot of
often,
times.
more often than not, you extend a lot of mercy, and the mercy you gave may have been in vain. You're gonna have to realize that what you gave that person was for the Most High. It wasn't for that person. That's the only thing that helps you not lose sanity and not stop giving.
And get bitter.
Because you will give in life to someone that will be like, I never appreciate what you did.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't appreciate it. I never will, never have. I'm gonna complain at the end. I'm not happy. Whatever you did for me,
I'm not happy.
is not good. And whatever you did for me, that especially, whatever you did for me was not good enough.
Yeah.
I don't appreciate it.
We
That's
deal with
a
it all
part
the
of life.
time.
But you have to accept that I did this for the Father, for the Most High.
And this is where Moses went left. Because he took their advances personally.
Mm-hmm.
He took their responses personal for the first time here, whereas before he had mercy. It's going to keep going.
God.
So they chose with him. Now we have verse 4.
And why have he brought up the congregation of the Lord into this wilderness, that we and our cattle should die?
Moses,
there?
and you know Moses is like, dude, I heard this shit 25 years ago.
We just did
No,
it. We
I
just-
heard this 38 years ago. I'm tired of this.
Yeah.
I'm tired of this complaining. Because he just lost his sister out. His body's on fire. He's getting older out.
Yeah.
Aaron's getting older. What it tells you is Aaron died the same year. Aaron died. We're going to read it a little bit. Aaron died around July, August of that same year. So April, Miriam died. Aaron died around July. So this was they were at their end. They were at their end, and you got these young thugs out.
4 months later.
These young, that's what I'm saying. 4 months later. But now you got these young cats crying and complaining like these same dudes 38 years ago, and you see the same damn negative spirits on these people that you saw in the other generation. Then just imagine the frustration, the anger. I lost 40 years on cats that rolled just like you. I lost 40 years of my life arguing with the people that was looking just like y'all.
That's crazy.
That's amazing. So let's keep going.
Verse 5. And wherefore have he made us to come up out of Egypt? He never went in. He never went to Egypt.
They weren't, or they were babies.
Yeah.
They were babies. They were babies, because they could have been some 40-year-old people like that.
That's true.
But they were young people that barely remembered Egypt. Read on.
To bring us in unto this evil place.
It goes back to Israel never having the foresight to see that the Most High was taking them somewhere. What we don't want to accept is that when we're in the midst of our battle, He's putting us through battles to prepare us mentally and spiritually to tackle and handle the next endeavor that He has planned out in front of us. He was mobilizing us through the wilderness of Zin to work our way up to get to the eastern side of Jordan. What's crazy is this. When we first of all, why did Israel not go through the south of Canaan to take out the Canaanites? Yeah, remember? When they had their golden opportunity 38 years before and they were afraid? What did they say was there? Giants. They said Anakims was on this south part of Canaan. South part of Canaan is down the line. Was the southern kingdom of Judah. Judah and Benjamin was in the south of Israel. So what the Most High says, okay, there's giants up here. You guys are afraid of the giants. So I got to walk you down towards the Red Sea and work you through Edom, Moab, and the Amorites to get through the Jordan, because the fights and the wars are more manageable that way.
Yeah, that's true.
All the Canaanites weren't giants. They were just giants at the south. So now what you're going to read is, as they start taking on the Amorites, the first king they took out was Sihon. And Sihon was a chump. What it showed you, what it said is Sihon was acting all big and bad, didn't let them pass, started fighting, And as soon as the fight started, he ran. But why did he do that? Why did the Most High have them fight them Scion boys? Because they was soft. And he had to build some confidence in the Jews before they fought the bigger battle. But they couldn't see that in the wilderness of Zin. But he was all these steps, he was preparing them, building their confidence up step by step to get them to where they could believe that they can overcome when they got to fight the Canaanites. So what he's doing is he's building their confidence, their spiritual confidence up one step at a time. But they can't see that he's working on their spirit. I can literally see how when things went down X amount of years ago, how every small step has led us to this point right here. And from here on up, every step is going to be used in succession to keep building confidence in our spirit. Either I'm going to sit back here and look at everything I'm going through. It was tailor-made for my spirit so I can get stronger and be prepared to fight the next battle. Or I'm going to sit back here and look at every battle that happens in my life is a curse.
True.
It's unfair. It's sad. Why am I going through this crap? I'm going through it because I need to learn this experience to handle the next experience he has for me. So we had to learn how to trust the Most High in the wilderness of Zin to get us to even face the Edomites, which we're about to talk about, to get to the Amorites, to get eventually to take out Moab, and then get us to Canaan. All of these experiences and battles were necessary for us to learn how to cleave to the Most High, trust him, and see he's with us. But Israel couldn't see it, and now Moses is in the same boat that he was in before, and he's more vexed and he's more pissed off this time because his age has gotten to him.
He's tired.
He's tired. He's beat up mentally. He's been doing this and arguing and fighting for years. I'm just painting the entire situation. We can understand why he did this move that he's about to do. Read on.
Verse 5. And wherefore have you made us to come out of Egypt to bring us? Come up out of Egypt to bring us to this place, evil place. It is no place of seed, or figs, or vines, or pomegranates. Neither is there any water to drink.
So what he's saying, what these people are saying is, they couldn't get past, I'm going to be living here forever. I'm going to be in this condition forever. I'm stuck here forever. We had a slave mindset, and we had no vision. We had no vision. We had no vision that the Most High was taking us out. I got to bring this up now because it makes sense. We're going to quickly jump to Antiquities of the Jews and the Josephus. Book 4, chapter 5, paragraph 2.
Antiquities of the Jews, Book 4, chapter 5, paragraph 2.
Hold on a second. Let me see. Yes. Let's do this. Let's read that paragraph 2.
Paragraph 2. When Moses saw that the Amorite king was disposed to enter upon hostilities with them, he thought he ought not to bear that insult.
So listen, this is fast forwarding down the way. The Amorite, I told you about the Amorite king that bit off more than he could chew. His name was Sihon. We were trying to walk through the land of the Amorites peacefully. We were going to pay for whatever provisions that we used. And the Amorite king was like, no! Just like the Edomite king earlier said the same thing to us. You can't walk through our area, screw you. So, the Most High told Moses, when the Edomite king said you can't go through, he said if they don't start a fight, you don't start a fight. So they walked around and got away from the Edomites. We got to the Amorites, he wanted to start a fight. So Moses was like, okay, y'all want to fight? We're going to throw hands then. We're going to see who wins. But this is the point I'm driving. Read on.
And determining to wean the Hebrews from their indolent temper.
He says, Moses said, I'm going to use this opportunity this scuffle with these Amorites to shake up Israel and to get them out of their indolent temper. Indolent means, this is from the 1828, habitually idle or indisposed to labor. Lazy, listless, sluggish, indulging in ease, applied to person. If that ain't talking about Jake, I don't know who the hell it is. Listen, I don't know how many times Jake been called lazy and shiftless. I don't know if y'all heard the words before. Shiftless. I heard that many years back in the day. That's a country term. Shiftless. Lazy and shiftless. So what he was saying is that Israel was lazy and they were shiftless and they were comfortable with just chilling. So now with that being the case, Moses knew that was inside of them. They didn't have any ambition to push forward, to change, to grow. And that was where the attitude came from when you sat back here and read in Numbers chapter 20. In verse 5. Read verse 5 again in Numbers 20.
Verse 5 in Numbers 20. And wherefore have ye made us to come up out of Egypt, to bring us into this evil place? It is no place of seed, or figs, or vines, or pomegranates.
They wanted comfort. They wanted comfort, but didn't realize that you couldn't get comfort unless you earned it. They felt that they were just because they showed up, they were supposed to get all these blessings. And they didn't realize that the Most High was training them to earn what they get. You had to put the work in to get what you wanted in life. He was going to bless us. He promised us the kingdom, but you have to fight for it. You got to fight through the desert to get to the blessing that you want. That was what he was trying to develop them. But Israel was lazy and shiftless and wanted it then. That was where the complaints came from. Because their mind is, I'm never leaving this wilderness. How come I can't get things in the wilderness? Versus taking on the mindset, if I want the blessing, if I want pomegranates and figs, am I going to work for it? Am I going to get past this desert, fight and listen so I can earn these pomegranates and earn these figs and earn this fish that they was tripping on before? He was trying to develop a work ethic and a fight and a trust in him. Read on.
Verse 6. And Moses and Aaron went from the presence of the assembly unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And they fell upon their faces, and the glory of the Lord appeared unto them.
So at that time, Moses and Aaron went back to the Most High and prayed to him and asked him, what do we got to do to get these guys to calm down? The Most High comes down in a chariot. Read on.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, take the rod, and gather thou the assembly together, thou and Aaron thy brother, and speak ye unto the rock before their eyes.
So he said, speak to the rock. Why did the Most High tell Moses to speak to the rock? Does anybody know? The Most High told Moses to speak to the rock so that the people can see the Most High was in charge. And that you had to trust the Most High if you want to get through this wilderness and the next set of battles that I have waiting for you that you have to overcome to get what you're looking for. That was why he said, Moses, speak to the rock so the people can see I'm the one coming through. Read on.
And it shall give forth his water, and thou shalt bring forth to them water out of the rock. So thou shalt give the congregation and their beasts drink. And Moses took the rod from before the Lord, as he commanded. And Moses and Aaron gathered the congregation together before the rock. And he said unto them, hear now, ye rebels.
Now he's angry. Moses has had it. Moses had it with being the nice guy. He's had it. He didn't have it up to here now. That was the energy I can kind of see. He didn't have it up to here. I'm tired of this crap. I'm tired of y'all rebels. I'm tired of y'all complaining. Read on.
Must we fetch you water out of this rock?
First way says, must we fetch you water out of this rock? It wasn't about the Most High in his anger.
And the scripture says,
In his anger, it wasn't about the Most High. It was about what him and Moses were going through. It was about what him and Moses was going through more than the lesson.
Yeah.
And that's a lesson for teachers in all levels.
Yeah.
I can't make it about the offense. I can't make it about how you made me feel. I have to be calm and collective enough to make it about the spiritual lesson, despite how another person makes you feel. If you're a husband, that is damn rule number one. I can't make it about if my wife is pissing me off. I got to react in anger based on how she was talking to me. I have to make it about her spiritual lesson. If I'm a father dealing with a son, same scenario. I got to make it about the message, and I can't take it personal. If I'm sitting back here in charge of men, I got to make it about the lesson, and I can't make it about how you're making my life miserable. As a teacher, as a father, guess what? Your life is miserable. Because your life is to sit back here and teach all damn day long. And put the house in order. It is a job that most of the time you don't get thanked for. When you sit back here and put your son in order, half the time he's angry that you put him in order. Half the time he ain't going to appreciate what the father did until they're 25, 30. Dad, you're right. I know, bro. It's a thankless damn job. Parents ain't gonna get thank yous until they get older and have their little badass rugrats going through the house, not listening. Oh, now I realize what he was trying to do. You ain't gonna get it when they're 15. They think they know the whole world. You're being mean, Dad. You don't care. You don't love me, Dad. Okay, now I don't love him. This a vampire at the house.
blah, son.
The son, leave. They don't love you, son. Go. Like Count Chocula or something like that. Huh? That's not what it's about. Huh? That's not what it's about. But that's how kids perceive it.
But it's also good. It's also good to see that the Most High gonna put you in your teacher's shoes,
Eventually,
in your mother's shoes, in your dad.
Yeah.
The Most High gonna have everybody wear everybody's shoes out.
And in the meantime, the parent that's in charge has to take the abuse. And this is where Moses went left. He lost perspective that he had to take the abuse, and that was why he was chosen. Because he was the meekest man on earth, and his job was to take the abuse and still make it about the lesson. This is why, as you read in Corinthians, how it kept talking about, Paul said the one thing that he gloried in the most, and I keep saying it, was the fact he was blameless.
And I was gonna say the same thing. That's why for us as examples, if we are gonna be parents to men, or parents to our children,
Or fathers to the fatherless.
yeah, or fathers to the fatherless, it's such a necessity. We have to have a history of good works and good examples, because this is already a challenge. Even if you are a good example, it's still a challenge because they're going through a learning process.
Yeah.
It's still a challenge for the next generation because it's their time to learn.
Yep.
We make someone's development hard if I'm a bad example and they gotta learn their lesson at the same time. Now they might not learn it.
Yeah, exactly.
And that it shows how Moses was an excellent example. But imagine like Saul doing this job.
Yeah.
And trying to lead people and with as a bad example, and then trying to lead people who are going through a new experience.
Yeah.
There's no progress in that.
Yeah.
So someone has to learn to be the best example. It should be the parent, should be the teacher, right? But then so the responsibility is on the parent, and then the responsibility is also on the student.
But the thing is this: if you want the message, if you want the son or the daughter or the younger person to learn the message, then you have to do everything you can to be blameless, because it makes the younger person see the lesson quicker.
Yeah.
For the fact that Moses and Aaron got mad and they hit the rock, made them see that Moses was mad at me, and Moses sat back here and gave me this water, and he lost an opportunity for the people to see this was the Most High coming through for me, and the Most High was upset at me. Moses injected himself in the picture, And it was one less opportunity for the Most High to teach them. And that was why the Most High was upset at Moses. Because now the Most High realized Moses at this age isn't cut and fit to lead Israel through all these battles again. That was it comes off like it's harsh. Like the Most High said, Moses, you can't make it to the king with these people. But if you think about it, do you think Moses had the temperament to walk them through all of these issues?
He was burnt out.
He was burnt out at it. And that was really what it was. Like, he didn't have the temperament to walk Israel through this again. Because he would have made it about him, and he had lost what he needed to usher in that next generation.
And this is why it's so important. We teach leaders, we teach young men, and men that are excelling to be leaders, you can't lose your virtue. You can't,
because once you lose it, what's the Most High going to use you for at that particular time?
that like if your virtue is patience, and Most High called you the truth for your patience, and He called you to leadership for your patience. Once you lose your patience, you're really no longer of value to the Father.
And what's so important is we have to fight to maintain our relevance to the Heavenly Father, to maintain our value, so He can keep using us. And the fact that Moses lost his patience and his meekness, that was what was needed to keep making the lesson about the people and the Most High.
That's why He was chosen.
Mm-hmm.
He was chosen for His meekness. Meekness to endure injury without what? Resentment.
But He took it personal, and He injected Himself. How much do me and Aaron got to keep suffering, y'all niggas? Pop, pop. Now all of a sudden they saw Moses give them the water. Now Moses is the reason why we're living and dying, and not the Most High is the reason why we're living and dying.
And the people are still blaming Moses, but they were upset at the Most High.
And that's the point.
But see, it was really a bait. It really is. Sometimes, a lot of times, we get in situations where we're getting bait to think it's us.
And it's not.
Because sometimes people praise you. Oh, you're doing such a good job. Such a good person. Yeah, that's fantastic. It's a good thing. Thank you for saying the water. But at the end of the day, it's not about me.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as teachers make it about themselves, then it goes to carnal, physical decisions.
Yep.
As parents and as leaders, when we make it about us and not the spiritual lesson we're giving our children, then it becomes about us and not the Most High for our children.
And then the student loses the lesson, and now they're detached, and it's one less. Because what he's showing you is each lesson is a stepping stone that you need to get to the next battle.
Yeah.
And Moses' issues and anger got in the way of the people learning the lesson they needed, that they were going to need to get to the next battle line. And that was what the Most High was so upset at Moses. Does that make sense to y'all? Okay, let's continue.
Right.
Verse 6.
No.
We're
on 10 now, going to 11.
Yeah, damn, I'm tripping.
Must we fetch you water out of this rock?
Yeah.
10. And Moses lifted up his hand, and with his rod, he smote the rock twice. Because he was really hot.
He was angry at. And at that particular time, it wasn't about the lesson the Most High was trying to teach them. It was about his anger, and I'm tired of carrying y'all. He made it about him. I'm carrying y'all. I'm dealing with all this crap. I'm tired of doing it. Read on.
And the water came out abundantly, and the congregation drank, and their beasts also.
Read on.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron, because ye believe me not, to sanctify me in the eyes of the children of Israel.
And he says, listen, you didn't use this opportunity to get them to see me. Because once again, why was this important? Because they needed an experience themselves to trust the Most High. This was an entirely new generation that needed this experience. But Moses took all those past experiences and mixed it into this new generation. This is why it's so important as a teacher. We can't sit back and take bad experiences that I had with other students on new students. I see it all the time with brothers. If a brother reminds him of a bad student that he ran across or bad experiences, sometimes they take it out on the new man. You can't do it. Happens all the time. Whatever experiences you had with this brother or this person or this situation, you have to get that new person a clean slate. You have to sit back here and give them a clean slate, but that's how they rebelled. They rebelled because they didn't give them a clean slate. This is a new group that needed to get taught, and they were young students. I can't take my past baggage with other brothers and sisters and put it on the next generation of people. That's not fair to the next generation of people.
Because Miriam took a piece of them.
Yeah.
Dathan and Korah took a piece of them. The constant murmuring took out a piece of them.
Mm-hmm.
Every little issue sometimes takes a piece of us. That's why it's so important. The Most High gave us a book of remembrance so we can repair from these situations where people or matters take a chunk out of it.
Exactly.
You have to repair your spirit, or if you don't repair your spirit, you will lose virtue when you need it the most.
But the repairing of the spirit is about getting peace of mind and getting closure. When you study and you read. Once you're offended, to gain closure, so I can sit back here and look at the next person with pureness of mind. That's why you study. You study for closure, understanding, acceptance. And once I get that closure, understanding, acceptance, now the new person, I'm gonna give you 100% of my spirit. What's going on? But this was how the Most High was looking. You can tell that this next generation, he wasn't going to remove the battle from them, but he softened it up for them.
Yeah.
He gave them some layups. He gave them some real layup scenarios to build them up, because he realized that the level of intensity and expectation he had for that first generation, they just couldn't cut it, man.
And they didn't see the miracles like the first generation.
I know.
The first generation saw
the Red Sea parting out. Listen, some of these guys saw Egypt. Not all of them. The majority didn't see. They were born into the wilderness.
They couldn't see the flies and the lice.
Yeah.
They didn't see mighty, powerful miracles. Most High was insulted. I did all these strong miracles for you. You still don't believe?
That's why he was so sick
That's
of that
unfair.
first generation.
I'm done with y'all.
But this next generation, he's like, man, I got to spoon feed him a little bit. And Moses, you and Aaron got in the way. Moses, you got in the way of a lesson they needed to learn about me, so they can learn how to cleave and trust me. That was why he said you can't make it, because you don't got it in you at this particular point to keep walking them through these next sets of battles.
And this is why we're talking about this is a marathon. This is a long-term race. You have to maintain your mindset and your spirit and your virtue for the next 10, 15, 20, really 30, 40 years, whatever it takes. Yep. You got to train your mind and train your spirit and study for the concept this is forever.
Yep.
If you don't, I can't lie. When people hit a dime in the truth, they think they made it. I remember I had my first dime, my first 10 years in the truth. I'm like, yeah, man, I did it. But I saw the guy that brought me in the truth. Once he said he celebrated his 10 years, I think he was done after that.
Yeah.
I saw mine. The guy pulled me in, said, man, I did 10 years. He smiled, he laughed, he celebrated, and he was gone after that. And I'm like, you know what? I guess it might be longer than 10 years. I guess you can never really get too comfortable. You gotta keep extending you're extending your strength. You have to keep preparing yourself for extending and being longer and longer.
Yep.
Or when you get to the finish line, quote unquote, in your mind, you'll have this spirit of I already did it, I already did this, I made it already, I already gave enough, I did enough. Why are we repeating the same process?
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll lose virtue.
So let's keep going.
All right, we're on verse 12, right?
Yep.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron, because you believe me not, to sanctify me in the eyes of the children of Israel. Therefore ye shall not bring this congregation into the land which I have given them.
Because Moses and Aaron, they just lost the patience. Read on. And when you lose patience, now you make it about how people affect you and not about the lesson that they need.
This is the water of Meribah, because the children of Israel strove with the Lord, and he was sanctified in them.
He was sanctified in them, but Moses got in the way of the lesson a little bit. Read on.
And Moses sent messengers from Kadesh unto the king of Edom. Thus saith thy brother Israel, thou knowest all the travail that hath befallen us, how our fathers went down into Egypt, and we have dwelt in Egypt a long time. And the Egyptians vexed us and our fathers. And when we cried unto the Lord, he heard our voice, and sent an angel, and he brought us forth out of Egypt. And behold, we are in Kadesh, a city in the utmost of thy border. Let us pass, I pray thee, through thy country. We will not pass through the fields, or through the vineyards, neither will we drink of the waters of the wells. We don't want nothing you have. We will go by the king's highway. We will not turn to the right hand nor to the left until we have passed thy borders.
So what's happening? They sent an ambassador down. They were at the southern part of Canaan, spaces away. They were walking downward. They're walking downward towards the Red Sea. Okay, was it the Red Sea? I want to make sure I got that sea right, because it was. I'm not sure if it was the Red Sea, because when you sit back and look at older maps, Edom was on the right side, the east side of Israel. It's really the southeastern border. Southeastern border is where Esau was. Then it was Moab on top. Then it was the land of Gilead, which was where the Amorites lived, was further up northeast. Okay, so the point is, they were southern Canaan. They walked their way down to Edom because they were trying to go up through Edom, through Moab, through the Amorite land to go into the land of Canaan. That was the goal, because they weren't going to go straight up north to Canaan. Because why? They were afraid of the damn giants. So I'm going to go the other way. Now the most I can teach this new generation about how to serve Him and come together and please Him through this next endeavor. Read on. Verse 18.
Verse 18. And Edom said unto him, Thou shalt not pass by me, lest I come out against thee with the sword.
So Esau said, we're going to beef. What this shows also, this was, and I made a class about this a while ago, about I think the violence of Esau against Jacob. This was one of the first times Esau was showing them that they were anti the Jews. Obviously, besides Esau and Jacob and the beef they had, this was the next time in the scriptures where Esau showed no love and mercy to Israel when they were in a place of need. Israel was in a place of need, and Esau was like, "I'll forget y'all, man. All beef. You're not going to pass through this king's highway to make your life easy. Permanent beef." Read on.
It's right here. It says, verse 19, And the children of Israel said unto him, We will go by the highway, and if I and my cattle drink of thy water, then I will pay for it. I will only, without doing anything else, go through on my feet.
He said, we'll walk. We'll walk and we'll pay for what we take. Or if the animals drink anything, we do anything, we'll pay for what we do. So it was truly transactional. Nothing was going to be done on an underhanded way. Read on.
And he said, Thou shalt not go through. And Edom came out against him with much people and with a strong hand.
So they weren't playing. Esau was not playing. They were not going to let us walk through the king's highway, which is the easy path or paved path to get to where they need to go. So once again, the Edom path was the easy path.
Yeah.
Read on.
Thus Edom refused to give Israel passage through his border. Wherefore Israel turned away from him.
So Israel now had to sit back here and go the other way. Hold this part and go to Antiquities of the Jews, book 4, paragraph 5. Paragraph 5. sorry. Let's read that.
Okay, paragraph 5, right? Chapter 5?
It's not. Yes, is it chapter 5?
Yeah.
No, it's
Book
no,
4,
it's
chapter 5.
book 4, chapter 4, paragraph 5.
Okay. Book 4, chapter 4,
Yep.
paragraph 5.
Yep.
When Moses had made these constitutions, after the sedition was over, he removed together the whole army and came to the borders of Idumea. He then sent ambassadors to give the king of the Idumeans and desired him to give him a passage through his country, and agreed to send him what hostages he should desire to secure him from an injury.
So what he's saying is, if we lead people back, it proves that we're not trying to harm you guys. We'll leave people here. Let us walk through, and we get out clear with no beef. Let the hostages leave. It was just to show that, hey, good faith. We're not here to fight. We're not here to war with you. Read on.
He desired him also that he would allow his army liberty to buy provisions.
Mm-hmm.
And if he insisted upon it, he would pay down a price for the very water they should drink.
It was all peace, all business, nothing personal. That was the perspective Moses came from. Read on.
But the king was not pleased with the ambassage from Moses. Ambassage from Moses. Nor did he allow the passage for the army, but brought his people armed to meet Moses and to hinder them, in case they should endeavor to force their passage. Upon which Moses consulted the Most High by the oracle. Who would not have him begin the war first. So he withdrew his forces and traveled round about through the wilderness.
So they had to go a longer path to get to where they want to go. So instead of going straight north, they had to go around. Or no, I'm sorry, not this way. They had to go that way. And I wish I had maps, and I wish we had the fancy little computer screens and things we could pop in there. Yeah, but the crazy thing is you'll see multiple maps. Nobody knows the exact way it got done.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
Kind of goes straight up, but it's curving around.
It curves inward, because what ends up happening is Aaron dies soon afterwards, and they bury him in Mount Hor, H-O-R.
Yeah, that's
so
on here.
Exactly. So they go from where they're at Edom all the way to Mount Hor. Then they work their way and cut through to get to the Amorites. So they get around Esau, bury Aaron. Now they're going towards the Amorite folks to try to get another way to get through to the east side of Gilead, and then they beef and they start this whole thing over again. So let's continue in the scriptures. Then we're going to get back to the Josephus too.
Verse 21, chapter 20. Thus Edom refused to give Israel passage through his border. Wherefore Israel turned away from him. That's why he's ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 22. And the children of Israel, even the whole congregation, journeyed from Kadesh and came unto Mount Hor.
Yep.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron in Mount Hor, by the coast of the land of Edom, saying, Aaron shall be gathered unto his people, for he shall not enter into the land which I have given unto the children of Israel, because ye rebelled against my word at the water of Meribah.
Mm-hmm. So Aaron was also told he couldn't make it for that reason also. It was Moses and Aaron that had lost their patience and mercy. Let's continue.
Take Aaron and Eleazar his son, and bring them up unto Mount Hor, and strip Aaron of his garments, and put them upon Eleazar his son. And Aaron shall be gathered unto his people, and shall die there. And Moses did as the Lord commanded, and they went up into Mount Hor in the sight of all the congregation. And Moses stripped Aaron of his garments, and put them upon Eleazar his son. And Aaron died there in the top of the mountain.
He just died right after he took his garments off, bro. And if everybody had to see the transitioning of power. So they would sit back and say, now the power was with Eleazar. So it had to be done in front of everybody. But he died immediately afterwards. Crazy, man. Read on.
And Moses and Eleazar came down from the mountain. And when all the congregation saw that Aaron was dead, they mourned for Aaron 30 days, even all the house of Israel.
Now we go back to Antiquities of the Jews, book 4, paragraph 4. Chapter 4, book 4, chapter 4, paragraph 7.
Book 4, chapter 4,
Paragraph 7.
There we go. Now, when this purification, which their leader made upon the mourning of his sister, for his sister, as it had been now described, was over, he caused the army to remove and to march through the wilderness and through Arabia. And when it came to a place which the Arabians esteemed their metropolis, which was formerly called Ars, but has now the name Petra. At this place, which was encompassed with high mountains, Aaron went up, one of them in the sight of the whole army. Moses having before told him that he was to die, for this place was over against them. He put off his pontifical garments and delivered them to Eleazar his son, to whom the high priesthood belonged, because he was the elder brother, and died while the multitude looked upon him. He died in the same year wherein he lost his sister, having lived in all 123 years.
Mm-hmm.
He died on the first day of the lunar month, which is called by the Athenians
Hecatombion.
Hecatombion.
Mm-hmm.
By the Macedonians,
Louis. Yes.
And by
it's
the
not
Hebrews,
Louis, man. It's Louis. It's Louis.
By the Macedonians, Luz.
Yeah.
But by the Hebrews, Abba.
So listen, what they're saying is that month, and I looked up, the Hecatombion is around July to August. So Miriam died in April, Aaron died in July the same year. Okay, summertime. So now we're in the summer, and it was at Mount Hor, Hor, is where he died. And they saw the transition of power from Aaron to Eleazar, and this was after they went to send an ambassador to Esau, or the Edomites. They weren't allowed. They went back up to this wilderness area to where when Aaron died, passed on. Now it's Eleazar's time. It was Moses and Eleazar coming down. They mourned Aaron for 30 days. So now we're dealing with August, is when they started heading out to start dealing with this next phase that the Most High was transitioning this young generation of Israelites through. Okay, let that go and go back to Numbers chapter 21. Now, next man got to read it. That one. 3 more minutes.
The Hawam Racha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Ashar, Ban Yashal.
Hawam Racha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Ashar, Ban Yashal. Imagine, right? Yahweh Bashem Yashab Rakatah.
Bashem Yashab Rakatam.
Right. There was a missing word there, so but it's all good. We good, we chilling. So Numbers 21, and we're gonna be bouncing between Numbers and then Antiquities of the Jews, book 4, chapter 5, because we're gonna go through that area too. Let's see. All right, let's do it.
Numbers chapter 21 and verse 1. And when King Arad, the Canaanite, which dwelt in the south, heard tell that Israel came by the way of the spies, then he fought against Israel and took some of them prisoners.
So once again, now the Most High is starting to agitate the Jews more. Look at it how the Most High is working. He started trying to teach them faith with the waters of Meribah. Now you got some Canaanite king. Don't forget the Canaanites were really located at the south of Canaan. They weren't even near the far east part where Canaanites are at. So really this is still from the south. They were still in that desert area. If you look at Mount Hor on the map, it's still closer to where they were originally at in the wilderness of Zin, where they were complaining about the water. They were closer there than to their destination going east. So the Canaanites heard that spies were sent out, and they took some Israelites prisoners. The purpose of this now is to sit back and get Israel riled up and to start connecting back to him. Read on.
Verse 2. And Israel vowed a vow unto the Most High, and said, If thou wilt indeed deliver this people into my hand, then I will utterly destroy their cities.
So now this situation inspired the Jews to pray to the Most High and start cleaving to the Most High. That was the desired effect. You see how all these circumstances is drawing them to him. This time they were listening. Exactly.
Oh, sorry. What's Ecclesiastes chapter 2
Mm-hmm.
in the Apocrypha about cleaving to the Lord?
But through tribulation. The cleaving to the Lord was based upon the tribulation. Constantly enduring the tribulation. So now the Most High kind of did a little different. Before, the first generation, they were completely isolated, no threat of loss. This one, the first time, they had some guys that were prisoners. They had Israelites that were prisoners. So there was a threat that they can lose. And it forced them to cleave to the Most High and trust in him. And if you get us to this, we're going to take out their cities. I'm bringing over this to kind of show how the Most High dealt with them a little different than the first generation. Read on.
Verse 3. And the Most High hearkened to the voice of Israel, and delivered up the Canaanites, and they utterly destroyed them and their cities. And he called the name of the place Hormah. And they journeyed from Mount Hor by the way of the Red Sea, to compass the land of Edom.
So once again, now, they fought the Canaanites in Hormah, which was obviously close enough to the Canaanites in the south of Canaan. After they took out them, their confidence in the Most High obviously was high now. Now they sat back and went from there and went all the way to the Red Sea. The Red Sea was southeast again, right around where those Edomites were. The Red Sea was here. Edom was right there. Red Sea was here. Edom was there. Then you had Moab. Then you had the Amorites, which was going to be in Gilead. Then you had Jordan. Then you had the Canaan. Got it? Okay. I'm doing my little hood map. This is the hood map right here.
See,
it's right there.
You go right here and you go.
Yeah. That's how black folks do guys anyway. But that's how it is. So now they're going down to the Red Sea. They're going to sit back and venture around where Esau is. Yeah. Continue.
And the soul of the people was much discouraged because of the way.
You know, they didn't want to go back to Edom because they already got dissed. And they weren't accepted by Edom. So I'm like, damn, we got to go back to these cats again? Read on.
And the people spake against the Most High and against Moses.
There we go again. Read on.
Where have ye brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness?
Because it comes off like they keep circling in Egypt now. They keep spinning their wheels. But it was only a few months' time. And what the Most High was trying to do, if you look at it spiritually, he was building their confidence. They just won a battle against Canaanites. It was a small skirmish, but they won a small skirmish and took out their entire town. Now they're going back down to go deal with these Edomites again. They didn't see that this is the Most High developed them. Yes, sis? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I have a class at timeline.
Okay.
Just so I'm painting this picture right. Okay, so we were sitting right outside of Canaan. We sent spies. Spies came back. We rebelled. We got 40-year sentence. About at the end of that 40 years, Miriam died, and then the Canaanites came out and fought us.
Mm-hmm. Miriam died.
So it's something.
No, hold on. Miriam died.
Uh-huh.
They did the whole ceremony with the red heifer, the purification scenario. Then they went down. They were going down towards Edom.
Right.
No, before Edom, they were going through the wilderness of Zin. And that was when the waters of Meribah happened. They were complaining about not having any water. but they were going downhill to go to Edom, to go around the Edomite, to go through the Edomite King's Highway, to get up to eventually what became Gilead, which was the eastern part of Israel. They couldn't get there because Esau didn't allow them to, right? So they had to go back up towards where they originally were going, initially, where they were at when their other forefathers. They had to go back that direction. Now, when they went back that direction, Aaron died around the mountaintop around Mount Hor, H-O-R. They mourned his death for 30 days. They were still in the wilderness near the mountain. And once they got there, then they had gotten into that skirmish with the Canaanites, which was at Hormah, which was close to where Mount Hor was, obviously. Once they disposed of the Canaanites at Hormah, then they went back down to the Red Sea to go deal with the Edomites again.
Okay, yes. I guess I was looking because I was like, it took them 40 years to find out that they sent spies, or is this the grudge?
This is afterwards. This is afterwards. This is after all that. Because back in the first time when they went up there to send the spies, that was a whole other situation with a whole other generation of people. This is a different set of spies that they saw.
Yeah,
Dude,
40 years.
But because don't forget, the spies were necessary to make sure somebody had to like go out before the rest of the group, so that they had intel of what's going next. As they're wandering down a certain direction, you can't just wander and you wander into like a group of people. So you had to send scouts out, and Canaan discovered that they were scouts out. They came down to attack them and they lost. But they did take them as
So they kind
as
of
prisoners.
first in the sense of prisoners, and then we end up overtaking them again, then our people back.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But that was on a small level with one small skirmish.
Okay.
But you see how the Most High starts to build their confidence. At least the intention is to build their confidence with these small skirmishes to get them ready for the bigger fights. So after that skirmishes went with Canaan, and they vowed that vow, and the Most High came through for them. Now they tripping again because they keep telling us we're in the wilderness. We're always in this damn wilderness, and they're complaining about being in the wilderness. But not realizing that the Most High was developing them this whole time. Let's keep going.
Verse 5. And the people spake against the Most High and against Moses. Wherefore have ye brought us up out of the land, out of Egypt, to die in the wilderness? For there is no bread, neither is there any water, and our soul loatheth this light bread.
Which is what? Manna. They started hating the manna. Again, because Israel just don't appreciate nothing. We loathe this damn bread. Read on.
And the Most High sent fiery serpents among the people.
That's what they get.
Yeah.
That's what they get at. When you listen, what it shows you is, you know what the Most High can't stand amongst our people is what? A complainer. That a whining and complaining. He hates that. So if you got that heavy in you, you better fix it. Most High said most of the things are written aforetime are written for our what? Learning. Listen, we keep reading through the scriptures, that person that's always complaining, is never happy, never satisfied. He has a real issue with that kind of person. He hates the complainer. And Israel is complaining again to Moses, and now he sits back here and sends fiery serpents.
And he said a carnal mind is enmity with the Lord.
Yeah.
So it shows complaining is a part of being carnal.
Yes.
Because a spirit, the first door for like being spiritual, in my personal opinion, is when you learn appreciation. That's like the real first beginning of someone growing. I've seen brothers, when they start growing, you always hear it's acceptance, appreciation, and that person takes off. Because the physical work ain't hard. It's the acceptance and appreciation of what the Most High is doing. That's the hard one.
No doubt. So Israel was complaining again. Once again, this is a new generation. So the Most High had to sting them accordingly. So now he sends fiery serpents, read on,
among the people, and they bit the people, and much people of Israel died.
They bit the people. I mean, it wasn't just like, I'm going to send these serpents just so you can see and be scared. No, they're going to get you. They're coming to get you.
They were attacking you.
These things are coming to get you.
That's crazy. What kind of damn serpents were slithering in the damn... They might have been like those Komodo dragons. Who the hell knows? They're running through the damn dunes and sand. and they coming at you at. And Jake is fast. So how they even get around
This
this?
is in shape, Jake, too.
This is in shape. Eating the garlic and stuff. Like garlic and onion eating Jake.
This ain't meat monster, Jake. This ain't meat monster.
Waterburger.
This ain't Whataburger Jake, guy. No way. They ain't no In-N-Out Jake. This is real Jake that is athletes moving and cutting and dodging out. And these serpents is getting them out. Fiery serpents. I don't know what the hell that even means.
It was angry.
From what I'm looking at, it's like they're aggressive. You got a snake that's just kind of passing by.
I don't know. I can't say fiery means aggressive. It could be. It could be fire. It could be fire.
Yeah, boy, you know I'm mad. I'm mad at you. I'm so mad at you.
Listen, man. Listen. All I know is them serpents was after them people that was complaining.
They could have been red. They could have been fire.
Listen, if y'all get anything from this serpent talk, what's the lesson? Stop complaining.
Don't you complain, you
Stop
bastard.
damn complaining. Be appreciative what you got. You get what you get, and you don't throw a fit.
Yeah.
Those are straight up facts. We can go through this whole chapter. That's the point. Stop damn complaining. We should make that time. Stop complaining. Stop snitching. Stop crying. Or else. Stop complaining or else. Because that's the point. Continue, man. Fiery serpents, damn.
And
it was terror amongst the people, Read on.
And much people of Israel died.
A lot of people died, and all when that was dying, them serpents knew who to go to,
Yeah.
They was going to all the complainers.
Especially you.
The ones that was in the right spirit, they went around them, They going at them people complaining in their mouth or in their head. He shows you he stings the ones that be complaining. Damn. Scary, bro.
There's strange calamities.
That's what I'm saying, Keep going,
Therefore the people came to Moses and said, "We have sinned."
We pissed the Messiah off.
Because you know
We're
why?
so sorry.
You know what's so funny?
He made a mistake, man.
I have to admit, I guess I am wrong.
Yeah.
That's that spirit.
These, brother.
Because it's the thing. The Most High, when you read the scriptures, it says, I only wish that Israel would acknowledge their sin.
Yeah.
Most High always says through the scriptures, the only thing he asks, he says, I'll forgive you. I just want you to acknowledge.
Yes.
It's one thing person's negative. That's one thing, right? It's another level they don't admit it.
Yeah.
They're negative. I ain't done nothing wrong. I'm just that's all I'm saying. It's not really, can you really blame me? Can you blame me? That spirit, the Most High really has an issue with, because how can he fix a person who can't acknowledge their issue?
Yeah.
That's why after they got stung by these serpents, they said, yeah, we said that. It was me.
Exactly.
We took ownership
Yeah.
of our negative.
Yeah.
What Israel doesn't do is we don't change because we don't take ownership of our flaws. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's like the class you just did the other day where you was talking about how Israel always wants to be, I'm a good person.
Yeah.
I'm a good person. Yeah. Okay.
I want you to see my good side. They're like this. Israel, I'm going to show you this side like this. They don't want you to see the other side, the bad side. They just want to show you the good side forever. That's Israel's problem versus acknowledging their issue. So now these serpents got people on fire. They are hurting. Listen, some of them were bit and they was just writhing in pain. So what it shows you is some of this death was like a slow death.
He was like,
it was a slow death.
It's taking time. It's taking time.
Some people died, some people didn't. And they were still bit. Read on.
We have sinned, for we have spoken against the Most High,
Obviously.
and against thee. Pray unto the Most High that he take away the serpents from us.
And you know what happens? We go to the people that we've talked ish against and complained against, and we always come back around and be asking for another
some more counsel, or at least for counsel. They might come back for counsel down the line.
Yeah, we'll come back for some counsel. That's why it doesn't pay to have a grudge against people.
Yeah.
That are giving you, are benefiting you.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna have to go back anyway. That's just not healthy.
Come on, bro. Let's continue.
And Moses prayed for the people. And the Most High said unto Moses, Make thee a fiery serpent, and set it upon a pole. And it shall come to pass that every one that is bitten, when he looked upon it, shall live.
Mm-hmm. So it's showing that some of them were bitten and they were hurting and they were slow dying. They were slow dying. Everybody wasn't sitting back here and dead, but they were dying. These guys were in pain. They were agonizing. And then when they saw the serpent that Moses created, all of a sudden they'd be healthy again.
Listen, bro. That's real.
That's real, man.
That's a real scary thing.
But it also shows you the Most High just did it to sting and to wake him up. And also the people that died, he realized they weren't going to be changed. The ones that died, they weren't trying to change. There were certain people that he let get bitten and then come back and live. Others was dead. They got killed dead.
Wow.
They got killed dead. Because you know why? Because certain people, what it's showing you is certain people was negative, is so toxic that you can't do nothing with them. And those are facts.
That's real.
Some people can't be fixed outlook-wise. Some people can. Some people need a sting to wake up. Some people are just too far gone. Yes, sir.
I'll say the Most High could have just stopped snakes coming and healed them, but he built something. He put something together where they had to commit to come and see it, and acknowledge it.
That's fact.
Yes.
Then to sit there and say, you could just see some folks was probably just sitting there, nah, I'm gonna just stay big.
Yeah,
I'm just go ahead and just die there.
Yeah.
'Cause that's
I
how
mean,
they
they died. Because don't forget, they were talking smack a little while ago in Variable and say, you know what, we should have died with our forefathers if that was the case.
I got some.
They was talking all that smack. You go ahead and die this way. See how it feels. What it shows you is everybody was tripping about the water. Most I got them another way.
Wow.
And punished them in a very uncomfortable way.
Scary. That's fear.
Listen,
snakes are
Israel.
really
Listen,
bad.
I'm gonna say this.
Snakes are non-fiery snakes are bad.
Brother,
They're not
just
cool.
don't send fiery possums to me. I'll be done. I'll be getting some fiery possums. Listen, one thing. Listen, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do with that. Jesus, I'm sorry. Please, I'll be going right to Moses. I saw some damn nasty feigned
I've been
possums
tripping, Moses.
that's moving like this. No, bro, you can have this. Father, I need you now. Anyway, snakes don't scare me like them other things. But anyway, we get what's the point? Listen, don't complain. What's the point again? Don't complain. Be appreciative. Count like say, count your blessings.
Yeah.
You better count all your damn blessings.
That's
what the church folks always say. You better count them.
Yeah.
You better. Well, let's keep going, man.
Yes, sir.
And Moses made a serpent of brass and put it upon a pole. And it came to pass that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he had beheld the serpent of brass, he lived.
Sheesh. and like you said, though, it's acknowledging the power.
Yeah.
Acknowledging the source of
That's
the
strong.
power.
That's strong.
And I got to sit back here and acknowledge that the Most High is the center of my universe, and He's the one that protects me. But once again, this is why the Most High was so upset with Moses with hitting the rocks, because when you do all that extra stuff, you cheapen and you lessen the message. It's still about the message, and the Most High has to provide the message. We need to stop injecting ourselves in people's lives like that. Our job as teachers is to teach, warn, give counsel, and get the hell out of the way. But a lot of times as teachers, we get caught up into our own celebrity. We get caught up into the fact that we're needed, that people depend on us, and our confidence and self-esteem is based on people depending on us.
It's not good.
Versus sitting back here and hooking people onto the power of the Most High. Because a lot of times people think, if you gotta depend on me, and that's how I keep my control and I maintain my relevance that way.
God.
But the way you maintain your relevance and your necessity is that you always push people to strength so they don't need you. You're trying to push people to Christ. And then when you feel weak, look at my example. And that's it. It ain't about me. It ain't about looking at me like I'm the source of power. No, I'm not. The Most High is the source of power. Wean yourself off of needing me, because a lot of young people that come with the knowledge, they do man please. When you come with the knowledge, you do depend on the individual. But the point is to wean them off of depending on you as quick as possible.
Yep.
You got, nope, this is the power. Nope, this is the power. It ain't me, it's the Most High. It's the Most High. It's the Most High. If you want to lean on me, lean on just looking at my example. and realizing that, hey, look at my example. As long as I'm blameless, now you have to look at who?
Most High.
The Most High now. That is how we're supposed to develop individuals and develop people. So the Most High is telling you, I got something for Israel. I'm developing the people. I'm sitting back here and checking them. Just get out the way, Moses and Aaron, so I can teach them. Yes, thou art.
I'm gonna say, and like with Moses, his issue was his care and his love for the people.
Mm-hmm.
So he hindered a lot of what needed to happen
Oh,
or be
right.
done because how much he felt.
Yep.
So in being in that role, you gotta separate your emotion out of it on both sides and let the Most High do what he does.
Yep, because Moses kept trying to get him off the hook.
And,
And all those cats he let off the hook end up turning their back on him anyway. He said, let me kill all these cats, all these busters, all these busters and sidesteppers and complainers.
Yeah.
Let me get them out of here, right? He was saying that.
Like-
Was like, no. Them same dudes was spinning Korah and Dathan, was plotting on him, right?
Yeah, and their family wouldn't let
And
go. Their family wouldn't let go. They would vex him just till death.
I'll never forget that. When it says the family of those 250 that died, they made it a point to get them vengeance. I'm gonna make Moses' life hell into the end. And then the Most High, what did he do with them? He sent that plague through them and wiped them out. All those complainers had to die too.
The mercy was still extended, but the Most High still had to cast judgment.
Yep.
It has a balance between mercy and judgment.
And it goes back to what you were saying, Thawam. You can't get in the way. I can't be overly sympathetic, and I can't be overly harsh, and I can't be overly in the way. That's the lesson. Okay. So let's keep going.
Verse 10. And the children of Israel set forward and pitched in Abba. And they journeyed from Abba and pitched in Ijabarim in the wilderness, which is before Moab, toward the sunrise. And thence they removed and pitched in the valley of Zared, from whence they removed and pitched on the other side of Arnon, which is in the wilderness, that cometh out of the coasts of the Amorites. For Arnon is the border of Moab, between Moab and the Amorites.
So let me make sure I clearly explain what's happening at this point. You had Edom next to the Red Sea on the east. The next country was Moab. The next country after Moab was the Amorites, which was Arnon. That's city Arnon they're talking about. So what they end up doing, they went downward, sidestepped Edom, which is over here, went along towards Moab, the border of Moab and the Amorites. That's where they went. So instead of going down the King's Highway, which would have been easier, they had to go up and down and back around, and now they're around with the Amorites around. Okay? Read on.
Verse 14. Wherefore it is said in the book of the wars of the Most High, what he did in the Red Sea and in the brooks of Arnon.
So they went along the western side of where Edom was, and worked their way past Moab through the Amorite lands. Read on.
And at the stream of the brooks that goeth down to the dwelling of Ar, and lieth upon the border of Moab.
Mm-hmm.
And from thence they went to Beer, that is the well whereof the Most High spake unto Moses, gather the people together, and I will give them water. Then Israel sang this song.
They sang when they get what they want. When Israel gets what they want, they happy. What it shows you is that we're only happy when we get what we want. We don't know how to be at peace at all times. But let's keep going.
Sing up, O well, sing ye unto it. The prince digged the well, the nobles of the people digged it, by the direction of the lawgiver, with their staves.
Mm-hmm.
And from the wilderness they went to Mattanah,
Mm-hmm.
and from Mattanah to Nahaliel, and from Nahaliel to Bamath, and from Bamath in the valley that is in the country of Moab to the top of Pisgah, which looketh towards Jeshimon. And Israel sent messengers unto Sihon, king of the Amorites, saying, let me pass through thy land. We will not turn into the fields or into the vineyards. We will not drink of the waters of the well, but we will go along by the king's highway until we be past thy borders.
So once again, Israel tried to go through the land of the Amorites like they asked the Edomites. And so we'll go through the king's highway to one passage. We're not getting in the way of anybody. Let's just get through. Because once again, what are they trying to do? They're trying to take this new group of Israelites, Moses is, at least to the position where they can get to the River Jordan, to cross through Canaan on the east side of Canaan versus the south where the giants were, right? So now this King Sihon responds. Give me verse 23.
Verse 23. And Sihon would not suffer Israel to pass through his border, but Sihon gathered all his people together and went out against Israel into the wilderness. And he came to Jahaz and fought against Israel.
So Sihon was like, no, we ain't going to do this. We're going to sit back here. We're going to have beef. We're going to fight. I'm not going to let you cross my land. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to find something. Okay, I read it wrong. Okay, so yeah. So now Sihon's going to sit back here and he wants to fight, right? Now hold that. Now we go to Antiquities of the Jews, book 4, chapter 4, book 4, paragraph 4, chapter 5. No, I said that wrong. Book 4, chapter 5, paragraph 1.
Antiquity of Jews, book 4, chapter 5, paragraph 1. The people mourned for Aaron 30 days. And when this mourning was over, Moses removed the army from that place and came to the river Arnon, which issuing out of the mountain of Arabia and running through all that wilderness, falls into the lake Asphaltitis.
Yeah, Asphaltitis. Yeah, it's a tough one.
And becomes the limit between the land of the Moabites and the land of the Amorites. This land is fruitful and sufficient to maintain a great number of men, with the good things it produces. Moses therefore sent messengers to Sihon, the king of this country, desiring that he would grant his army a passage, upon what security he should please to require. He promised that he should be no way injured, neither as to that country which Sihon governed, nor as to its inhabitants, and that we would buy his provision at such a price as should be to their advantage, even though he should desire to sell them their very water. But Sihon refused his offer and put his army into battle array, and was preparing everything in order to hinder their passing over Arnon.
Let's keep going.
When Moses saw that the Amorite king was disposed to enter upon hostilities with them, he thought he ought not to bear that insult, and determining to wean the Hebrews from their indolent temper.
Their indolent temper was that lazy, shiftless mindset that they had. He said, we got to use this opportunity to shake them out of their little weak mindset and wake them up. Like when you read in Genesis 49 where it says, if Judah's like a what? A lion's whelp. Who shall rile them up? Who's going to rile Israel, rile Judah up to get them to be the people and the leaders they're supposed to be? So Moses like, I got to find a way to rile up Israel. This is a great opportunity. Read on.
And prevent the disorders which arose thence.
And this will get them more locked into depending on the Most High versus sitting back here and bickering and arguing us. Because they were idle and they weren't doing nothing. And when a man is idle, that's when they start complaining more. They ain't got nothing to do but complain about what they don't have. Now, if I'm in there in war, they ain't going to be complaining. They're going to be focused. Read on.
Which had been the occasion of their former sedition. Nor indeed were they now thoroughly easy in their mind.
They were now thoroughly easy in their mind. They were just comfortable. They were comfortable with their condition and fighting the Amorites was going to shake them out of that condition. Read on.
He inquired of the Most High whether he would give him leave to fight, which when he had done, and the Most High had promised him the victory, he was himself very courageous and ready to proceed to fighting.
So Moses was ready to fight. He had to be 115, 120 years old too. Moses was an old man. Read on.
Accordingly, he encouraged the soldiers, and he desired of them that they would take the pleasure of fighting. Now the Most High gave them leave so to do. They then, upon the receipt of this permission, which they so much longed for, put on their whole armor, and set about the work without delay. But the Amorite king was not now like to himself when the Hebrews were ready to attack him.
So the Amorite king was bluffing. And when the Jews started getting ready to fight, now he started backing up. Read on.
But both he himself was affrighted at the Hebrews and his army, which before had showed themselves to be of good courage, were then found to be timorous.
He showed themselves to be of good courage, who were then found to be timorous. Read on. Meaning timid. Read on.
So they could not sustain the first onset, nor bear up against the Hebrews.
They couldn't take the first wave of fighting. The Amorites couldn't take the first wave of fighting. Read on.
But fled away, as thinking this would afford them a more likely way for their escape than fighting.
They thought running was easier than fighting. Read on.
For they depended upon their cities, which were strong, from which yet they reaped no advantage when they were forced to fly to them.
So they thought they could sit back here and fight the Jews and run to their strongholds, and the strongholds would protect them in the fight. Read on.
For as soon as the Hebrews saw them giving ground, they immediately pursued them close. And when they had broken their ranks, they greatly terrified them. And some of them broke off from the rest and ran away to the cities. Now the Hebrews pursued them briskly and obstinately persevered in the labors they had already undergone. And being very skillful in slinging and very dexterous in throwing of darts.
So listen, Israel was skillful in slinging things and throwing things. And we know, like Benjamin was known for throwing rocks and slinging rocks with their left hand. Okay? And they were very good at throwing darts. Read on.
Or anything else of that kind.
Mm-hmm.
And also having nothing but light armor, which made them quick in the pursuit. They overtook their enemy.
Mm-hmm.
And for those that were most remote and could not be overtaken, they reached them by their slings and their bows.
So when it was at a far distance, they were still taking out people with slings and bows and different type of armory that were more projectile based. Read on. Was
So
that Gad and Benjamin and all them dudes that had the skill to take cats out from distances. Continue.
So that many were slain, and those that escaped the slaughter were sorely wounded. And these were more distressed with thirst than with any of those that fought against them. For it was the summer season. And when the greatest number of them were brought down to the river out of a desire to drink.
Don't forget, these Amorites was running frantic, trying to escape. It was the summertime. We just read about how Aaron died around July. So they're sitting back here fighting in the summer against these cats. They're thirsty from all that running. They go to the river to get water, and then what happens?
As also when others fled away by troops. It says, the Hebrews came round them and shot at them, so that what with darts and with arrows they made a slaughter of them all.
So they finished them all off at the river. Read on.
Sihon their king was also slain. So the Hebrews spoiled the dead bodies and took their prey.
What is also showing you, I mentioned it early, but the Most High gave them that first battle to kind of build confidence. Sihon, that Amorite king, was not a great fighter. He was their whole army was more timid than anything.
He was a crap.
They talked a lot of crap. They said, no, y'all can't come. We're going to fight. Oh, shit. That's what they did.
The bluff didn't work.
That did not work. It was like, damn, they rolled snake eyes. They didn't think they was going to fight. That's what happened. So let's keep going.
The land also which they took was full of abundance of fruits.
So you know they wanted them fruits, right? Them fruits and vegetables and them fish. They got fish here too? Ooh, fruits and fish. Hell yeah. Spores of war. Watermelon. Ooh, got that watermelon. Ooh. That was going into it. That's crazy, man. Anything with that desert out, they was happy out. Let's keep going.
And the army went all over it without fear.
Hell yeah, they got fruits there. We gonna kill them all. We want blood. Read on.
And fed their cattle upon it.
Yep.
And they took the enemies prisoners, for they could no way put a stop to them, since all the fighting men were destroyed.
So all the non-warriors, they just had to give in. Read on.
Such was the destruction which overtook the Amorites, who were neither sagacious in counsel nor courageous in action.
So it is saying the Amorites weren't smart with counseling, because they could have sat back here and reasoned with Moses and negotiated these guys to go right through the land. So they were foolish enough. If they didn't have enough to fight them, then you should have sat back here and negotiated with them and worked with them. But they weren't smart in counsel, and they weren't courageous in war. It was a double loss. Read on.
Hereupon the Hebrews took possession of their land, which is a country, possession of their land, which is a country situate between 3 rivers, and naturally resembling an island.
So if this land had 3 rivers covering it, that means it was plush and very fruitful and bountiful. This land of the Amorites. Read on.
The river Arnon being its southern limit, the river Jabbok determining its northern side, which running into Jordan loses its own name and takes the other, while Jordan itself runs along by it on its western coast.
Okay, so the Jordan River was on the west coast. So that was what they were going to have to cross to eventually fight the Canaanites. So that was why they were going that direction. But in the meantime, the Most High was building their confidence up through taking out Sihon and gathering their confidence and relying on the Most High. Let's continue.
When matters were come to this state, Og, the king of Gilead, and Gaulanitis fell upon the Israelites. He brought an army with him and came in haste to the assistance of his friend Sihon. But though he found him already slain.
Where are we at?
Paragraph 3. Correct.
Read it from the top.
Paragraph 3. When matters were come to this state, Og, the king of Gilead, and Gaulanitis.
Now listen, Og, Sihon and Og, Sihon was the king of the south. Og was the king of north. And they were friends, and they had a joint empire, which was the land of Gilead, which the land eventually that Reuben, Gad, and half tribe of Manasseh took. This is the land that's being talked about right now. Now, Og was a greater warrior than Sihon, and his empire was a tougher challenge than Sihon's empire of the Amorites. But you're seeing that how the Most High gave us an opportunity to build our confidence up to eventually take over the northern portion too. Okay? Read on.
When matters were come to the state, Og, the king of Gilead, and Gaulanitis fell upon the Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
He brought an army with him and came in haste to the assistance of his friend Sihon. But though he found him already slain, yet did he resolve still to come and fight the Hebrews.
Because he was more of a warrior than Sihon was. Read on.
Supposing he should be too hard for them.
Because he had a reputation of being a great warrior. Read on.
And being desirous to try their valor.
So he had courage. Read on.
But failing of his hope, he was both himself slain in the battle, and all his army was destroyed.
He took an L too. Read on.
So Moses passed over the river Jabbok, and overran the kingdom of Og, He overthrew their cities and slew all their inhabitants, who yet exceeded in riches all the men in the part of the continent, on account of the goodness of the soil, and the great quantity of their wealth.
So that was a great piece of land also that they took over, and it was once again it was Gilead, and it was the land of Gad, Reuben, and half of Manasseh took before they transferred over the land of Jordan. Read on.
Now Og had very few equals, either in the largeness of his body or handsomeness of his appearance. He was also a man of great activity in the use of his hands, so that his actions were not equal to the vast largeness and handsome appearance of his body.
His actions were not unequal to his vast largeness of his body. So he was skilled with his hands. He was a skilled warrior. Okay? And he was a big guy that was a skilled warrior. He wasn't big and slow. They said his hands matched his body. A lot of times when you're big, what ends up happening? You're cumbersome, you're moving slow, and with all that big size, you can't really move well. You're uncoordinated. He was coordinated and agile for his size. Still lost though. Read on.
And men could easily guess at his strength and magnitude when they took his bed at Rabbah.
When they took it, listen, they spoiled his bed. His bed must have been fire. Must have been gold, everything. So when they took his bed at Rabbah, and they were sitting back here breaking it down, you're like, this dude's big. This is a big, heavy-ass bed to sit back and let this man sleep in. They're just explaining how massive this guy was. Read on.
The royal city of the Ammonites.
Ammonites,
sorry. Its structure was of iron, its breadth 4 cubits, and its length a cubit more than double thereto.
Mm-hmm.
However, his fall did not only improve the circumstances of the Hebrews from the present, but by his death he was the occasion of further good success to them.
So now they have a reputation that can follow them based off how they took out Og. Because Og was known for being a wartime guy, and the Hebrews taking out Og. Now they have reputation and they have top end land. Read on.
For they presently took those 60 cities, which were encompassed with excellent walls.
It said 60 cities, right?
Yeah, 60.
60.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Which were encompassed with excellent walls, and had been subject to him. And all got both in general and in particular a great prey.
So it was a great haul by sitting back here and taking out all of this land. I gotta go to the restroom. Give me 1 second, y'all. Salakia. All right. Now I'm going to go back to the scriptures now because we finished up that Josephus part. We're done with the Josephus for today. So now we're going to go back. Let's get, where were we at in Numbers? It was 21 and...
We were singing.
Let's go 24. Yeah, they were singing, right? They were singing.
Verse 18.
Verse 18? Let's do it.
Yeah, 17 talks about the singing.
Mm-hmm. So let's go 18.
Numbers chapter 21 and verse 18.
Mm-hmm.
The princes digged the well, the nobles of the people digged it by the direction of the lawgiver with their staves, And from the wilderness they went to Mattanah, and from Mattanah to Nahaliel, and from Nahaliel to Bamath, and from Bamath in the valley that is in the country of Moab to the top of Pisgah, which looketh towards Jeshimon. And Israel sent messengers unto Sihon, king of the Amorites, saying, Let me pass through thy land. We will not turn into the fields or into the vineyards. We will not drink of the waters of the well, but we will go along by the king's highway until we be past thy borders. And Sihon would not suffer Israel to pass through his border. But Sihon gathered all his people together and went out against Israel into the wilderness. And he came to Jahaz and fought against Israel.
Let's keep going.
The outcome.
Yep.
And Israel
Take it down.
And Israel smote him with the edge of the sword, and possessed his land from Arnon unto Jabbok, even unto the children of Ammon, for the border of the children of Ammon was strong. And Israel took all these cities, and Israel dwelt in all the cities of the Amorites, in Heshbon, and all the villages thereof. For Heshbon was the city of Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who had fought against the former king of Moab, and taken all his land out of his hand, even unto Arnon. Wherefore they speak in Proverbs, say, Wherefore they that speak in Proverbs say, Come into Heshbon, let the city of Sihon be built and prepared. For there is a fire gone out of Heshbon, a flame from the city of Sihon. It hath consumed Ar and Moab.
Of Moab.
And the Lord of the high places of Arnon.
So what it's saying is, Moab is directly below this land of the Amorites, which lets us know that Sihon took a chunk of Moabites' land in the first place, took the northern sector, and the Moabites kept the southern sector. That's what it's showing. So now we took the northern sector and have control over the northern sector, and our neighbors directly below us are Moab. And what it's going to show us, this. We're not going into it this week, but next week explains why the Midianites, which were neighbors to the Moabites, kind of conspired together to try to hire Balaam to curse the Jews. This is the next chapter in 22. Curse them because the Moabites were fearing for their life.
Yeah, we had just took out the dude that took them out. So
Exactly. So they're like, dude, they're gonna come for us next. And so now let's go to Midian and get Balaam. So because he was a priest, and we can sit back and curse him, so we can have a chance to get these guys off our backs. And then later on, Balaam sits back here and conspires with the Moabites to teach the Moabites how to defeat the Jews. He said, cursing them ain't gonna work, but what you can do is send them women to them. And that's what ends up happening 3 and 4 chapters down the line. But it kind of sets this up for it. We take out the guys who took out Moab. Now they're sweating bullets. Now then the guys who took out Sihon, which is us, we end up taking out Og. So now we have the entire land of Gilead that's ours. So let's keep going.
Verse 30.
No, it's 29.
Verse 29. Woe to thee, Moab! Thou art undone, O people of Chemosh.
Chemosh is the god that the Moabites follow. Okay, read on.
He hath given his sons that escaped, and his daughters into captivity unto Sihon, king of the Amorites.
Like verse 27 said, this was the saying or the proverb concerning that land. Read on.
We have shot at them. Heshbon is perished, even unto Dibon, and we have laid them waste, even unto Nophah, which reacheth unto Medeba. Thus Israel dwelt in the land of the Amorites. And Moses sent to spy unto Jazer, and they took the village thereof, and drove out the Amorites that were there. And they turned and went up by the way of Bashan, And Og, the king of Bashan, went out against them, he and all his people, to the battle of Edrei.
And we read in Josephus about his characteristics. He was big, he was strong, he was a great warrior, all that stuff. Read on.
And the Most High said unto Moses, Fear him not, for I have delivered him into thy hand, and all his people, and all his land, and thou shalt do to him as thou didst unto Sihon, the king of the Amorites, which dwell at Heshbon. So they smote him, and his sons, and all his people, until there were none left him alive, and they possessed his land.
So Israel was on a roll. They was on a roll, and they had that whole eastern side that was theirs now. And it was plush land, plush opportunities, rivers, everything they wanted was like when they were tripping in the wilderness, the Most High had all that waiting for them. They just had to learn how to stay focused and get to the big lesson. And that's the lesson for us also. When you're in the middle of your wilderness, the Most High's got a blessing waiting for you. You just have to sit back and gain the lesson of being in the wilderness to prepare you to get the blessing that's meant for you. That's lesson for all of us to understand and deal with. We all go through our certain form of wilderness that we have to get through in hopes that if we learn the lesson the right way, we'll be prepared for the greater blessing. Yes, sir.
And not to get comfortable with where you're at if the Most High's got more for you.
Exactly.
He wants you to keep going and keep pushing. That's what you got to keep doing.
Exactly. Despite how uncomfortable growth will make us feel. And those are the truth. Now give me 22:1, because that's where this stops at least for this part.
Numbers chapter 22 and verse 1. And the children of Israel set forward and pitched in the plains of Moab on this side, Jordan by Jericho. And Batak, the son of Zippor.
That's it.
Oh.
And each one of them 22:1. So it says they pitched in the plains of Moab on this side of Jordan by Jericho. Because eventually that was going to be the place that they settled down to get ready to attack. They were going to take Jericho under the tutelage of Joshua, down in the book of Joshua. Okay, so this was all setting up for us to enter and invade into Canaan through Jericho after crossing the Jordan River. Okay, so we're on that. I'm going to let that verse go and go into other parts of the reading. I guess we can go into Judges 11:1. We're going to go 11:1. We're going to read the entire chapter. I need you to do it, sir. Judges chapter 11. Give me 1 second. Verse 1 through 33. Okay, let me sit back here and this is dealing with Jephthah. This is really a sad story. You ready yet?
I just had to spit.
We're on line, sir. What you get?
Daria Allah, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahara, Ban Yasha'Allah.
Adar Yala, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yashala. Imagine? Right? Yahawah Ba'ashem Yashab Barakatah.
Yahab Bashim Yasha'Allah.
All right. Let's go. All right. So now we're at Judges chapter 11, verse 1 through 33.
Judges 11:1.
And as we know, during this time in Judges, this was during the time in Israel that the Most High would choose the greatest warriors, and he would choose the people that would stand up for the Most High's judgment as the leaders of the nation. It was the most courageous. They were the most courageous and the strongest of the nation. Those are the ones that were chosen to help lead the nation. So, verse 1, sir.
Now Jephthah the
Gileadite.
Gileadite.
What that means is he was from the land of Gilead, which means he was either of one of the three tribes. Reuben, Gad, Manasseh. Reuben, Gad, Manasseh. Because Gilead was on the east side of Jordan River. Okay? We know that. So Jephthah was one of those three tribes. Read on.
Was a mighty man of valor.
The men that were chosen to be judges were mighty men of valor, mighty men of war. They led us through the conflicts that we had to go through to overcome and get on and reestablish ourselves in the nation. Read on.
And he was the son of an harlot.
Harlot. Yes, a prostitute. He was the son of a prostitute. Read on.
And Gilead begat Jephthah.
Mm-hmm.
And Gilead's wife bare him sons, and his wife's sons grew up, and they thrust out Jephthah.
So what they're saying is, I guess Gilead's quote unquote air quote legitimate sons kicked out Jephthah because he was looked upon as illegitimate, even though we know that the seed of the man is who establishes the father. What they were saying is the children that they had from Gilead's wife, they said there were three sons from her, and they cast out Jephthah. Read on.
And said unto him, Thou shalt not inherit in our father's house, for thou art the son of a strange woman.
Mm-hmm.
Then Jephthah fled from his brethren and dwelt in the land of Tob. And there were gathered vain men to Jephthah, and went out with him. And it came to pass in process of time that the children of Ammon made war against Israel.
So once again, Ammon was still close around the borders of Gilead. When we took out the Amorites, excuse me, when we took out the Amorites back then, Moab and Ammon was still close to us and neighbored us in Gilead. If you think about Gilead, which was east, this was Gilead. The Jordan was right here. Moab and Ammon was on the outskirts. So we were always, and then East Edom was on the bottom. So we were always neighboring Moab and Ammon on the east of Gilead. So the children of Ammon began to make war against Israel. Obviously, we weren't living right as a nation. Read on.
And it was so that when the children of Ammon made war against Israel, the elders of Gilead went to fetch Jephthah out of the land of Tob.
So now all of a sudden, the prodigal son, the elder said, we need this house over here, man, to help sit back here and help us fight against these Ammonites. Read on.
Verse 6. And they said unto Jephthah, Come and be our captain, that we may fight with the children of Ammon. And Jephthah said unto the elders of Gilead, Do not ye hate me and expel me out of my father's house?
You can hate me now, but I won't stop now. You know what I mean? He's like, now, listen, back then they didn't want me. Now I'm hot, they all on me. That's what they're saying. Now you need me? You spit in my face before. Well, he ends up doing it. But he had to let him know. You know, you got to let him know before you do it. But let's keep going.
And why are ye come unto me now when ye are in distress?
Now you need me. Like I said, back then they didn't want me. Now I'm hot. Now they all on me. And listen, I'm full size. I'm a warrior. Now you need me. Read on.
And the elders of Gilead said unto Jephthah, Therefore we turn again to thee now, that thou mayest go with us, and fight against the children of Ammon, and be our head over the inhabitants of Gilead. And Jephthah said unto the elders of Gilead, If ye bring me home again...
Get the door real quick. Get read it again. Read that, sir. Then this says I think verse 9 again.
And Jephthah said unto the elders of Gilead, if ye bring me home again to fight against the children of Ammon, and the Most High deliver them before me, shall I be your head?
Hold on a second. Good now. Read verse 9 again, sir.
Verse 9. And Jephthah said unto the elders of Gilead, if ye bring me home again to fight against the children of Ammon, and the Most High deliver them before me, shall I be your head?
So am I going to sit back here and be the head over Gilead once if I overcome these guys and take them out? Read on.
And the elders of Gilead said unto Jephthah, the Most High be witness between us. If we do not so according to thy words, then Jephthah went with the elders of Gilead, and the people made him head and captain over them.
Mm-hmm. So the elders agreed. The elders agreed that they'll be the head over, that he'll be the head over them if they overcome. Right? Read on.
And Jephthah uttered all his words before the Most High in Mizpeh.
So listen, part of the reason this is in the reading is because it shows you that when we first took over the Amorites, that beef kept stirring up for generations afterwards. And we kept having wars with the Ammonites and the Moabites after that. Okay? I think that's why this passage is in there. Okay? Read on.
And Jephthah sent messengers unto the king of the children of Ammon, saying, what hast thou to do with me, that thou art come against me to fight in my land? And the king of the children of Ammon answered unto the messengers of Jephthah, because Israel took away my land, when they came up out of Egypt, from Arnon, even unto Jabbok.
Now we see it. This is old beef. And this king now in the time of Judges, like, the reason we're going to war against you guys is because you guys took my land, my forefathers' land, when Moses came through from Egypt, and they took up Jabbok unto Jordan. Those were 3 rivers actually that were the borders of Jordan. He said that's our land by right, by birthright. Read on.
Now therefore restore those lands again peacefully.
Because what they're saying is, you guys were only given Canaan. Y'all weren't given this land. Y'all took this land. The Lord gave y'all Canaan. He didn't give y'all Gilead. This was our stuff. That's what they're saying. So give it back peacefully. Give up the whole block. And we'll sit back here. Don't keep that little funky Canaan over there. But this was ours. Read on.
And Jephthah sent messengers again to the king of the children of Ammon, and said unto him, thus saith Jephthah, Israel took not away the land of Moab, nor the land of the children of Ammon. But when Israel came up from Egypt, and walked through the wilderness to the Red Sea, and came to Kadesh, then Israel sent messengers unto the king of Edom, saying, let me, I pray thee, pass through thy land. But the king of Edom would not hearken thereto. And in like manner they sent unto the king of Moab, but he would not consent. And Israel abode in Kadesh.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 18. Then they went along through the wilderness and compassed the land of Edom and the land of Moab, and came by the east side of the land of Moab, and pitched on the other side of Arnon, but came not within the border of Moab, for Arnon was the border of Moab.
So what he's saying is this. He's saying that when they initially went down to the Red Sea to negotiate with Edom, they said, listen, let's go to the King's Highway. We won't drink your water. We won't take anything. Let's just go through here. And Moses even said, y'all can have some some people to hold on to, prisoners, to make sure if we get through, if we want to start a ruckus, You can take the prisoners. But if we get through, let the prisoners go and we can get out of here. What Jephthah is saying is they did the same offer to Moab and Esau, and they said no. So now they were denied passage on both ends. So now they went around the side of Moab and Edom, and they went to the border of Edom and tried to go through the Amorites. Because once again, this king of Ammon is saying, you took our ancestral land. So Jephthah said, no, we didn't. We tried to sit back here and go on Edom and Moab and go around them, and they didn't want to do it. Well, they wanted to go through them, they didn't want to do it. They went around them, went to the border the border of the border of Moab and the Amorites. And we didn't even go on the Moabite land, went to the border of Moab. The king of the Amorites, Sihon, didn't let us in and was beefing with us, and we took him out. They started war with us. And if they're starting war with us, to the victor gets to what? He said they started it. That was what the Most High told Moses. If Esau starts it, you finish it. But if they don't start a war, get away. It was the same thing with the Amorites, but that dude wanted beef. And then he didn't want to beef immediately afterwards. He wanted beef, then realized, oh, these dudes want that smoke. Let's run. I really didn't want to fight. I was all bark, no bite. So this is what Jephthah was explaining. So listen, you guys lost that spot. Well, let's keep going.
Verse 19. And Israel sent messengers unto
Sihon.
Sihon, king of the Amorites, the king of Heshbon.
And don't forget, the Amorites were the ones who took over the Moabites on that northern sector. That was the Amorites' land now. That was no longer Moab's. Because they lost it. Read on.
And Israel said unto him, let us pass, we pray thee, through thy land into my place. But Sihon trusted not Israel to pass through his coast. But Sihon gathered all his people together and pitched in Jahaz and fought against Israel. Verse 21. And the Lord thy power of Israel delivered Sihon and all his people into the hand of Israel. And they smote them. So Israel possessed all the land of the Amorites, the inhabitants of that country. Verse 22. And they possessed all the coasts of the Amorites from Arnon, even unto Jabbok, and from the wilderness even unto Jordan.
The river Arnon, the river Jabbok, and the river Jordan were the three bordering spots. That's why I said in the Josephus that it looked like an island. Because those three rivers were the ones that was the border areas of that land. Okay, read on.
Verse 23. So now the Lord thy power of Israel hath dispossessed the Amorites from before his people Israel.
But that was the Amorites' fault. It wasn't. They didn't sit back and invade. They just wanted a passing, the clearance to get through Jordan to eventually take over Jericho. It was just a pass they needed. And they started to fight and they lost. Read on. And then what's crazy is Og wanted to fight and he lost too.
Right.
So that granted them the whole space of Gilead. Read on.
And shouldest thou possess it?
Mm-hmm.
Wilt not thou possess that which
Shamash.
Kamash?
Like I told you earlier, Shamash was the god of the Moabites and the Ammonites. So he says, if the Most High gave you some land, if your God gave you some land, you ain't gonna take it. When you didn't come with the intentions of fighting in the first place, and it was put in your hand, we have all the claim in the world to this land. That's what Jephthah is trying to show the king of the Ammonites at this particular time. Read on.
Kamash, thy God giveth thee to possess. So whomsoever the Lord our God shall drive out from before us, them will we possess.
You eat what you kill, huh? Whatever you take out is yours. So the victor gains the what? You keep saying all these little fancy little words. We took them out. The Most High gave it to us. We didn't start the beef. We finished it. Now you want to sit back and claim ancestral lands? When you should blame Sihon. Sihon screwed up. The king of Moab screwed up because he should have let us walk through their land. Esau screwed up. Should let us walk to their land. Blame them. It ain't our fault. Read on.
Verse 25. And now art thou anything better than Balak, that the son of Zippor, king of Moab? Did he ever strive against Israel, or did he ever fight against them?
The answer is yes. Balak was sitting back here and scheming in every way possible to dethrone the Jews. The crazy thing is, when you sit back and go into the issue of that, Moses was pissed off and took out the entire Midianites, which were kin, or well, not kin, but they were neighbors to Moab. And I think they attacked Moab a little bit, but they didn't try to take their land over. He says, but Balak, which is your people, sat back here and was beefing with us this whole time, and was trying to sabotage us and send Balaam and curse us and all these negative things. Then you sent your women over here to help corrupt the nation. All these things happen by your people. Read on.
Verse 26. While Israel dwelt in Heshbon and her towns, and in Aurora and her towns, and in all the cities that be along by the coast of Arnon, 300 years. Why therefore did ye not recover them within that time?
He says, y'all had 300 damn years to figure this out. Now you want to claim ancestral rights? He said, y'all chicken shit. That's what he's saying. Y'all chicken shit because you had 300 years to sit back and figure it out. Now you want to get tough? Get out of here, man. This is what Jephthah is saying.
Yeah, he said you should have went and took it from Sihon then.
Exactly.
You wanted so bad.
Well, that was my point. And that was, brother, anyway. Exactly. He said, y'all not better than Balak. Read on.
Wherefore?
He said, listen, Balak, if he was really tough, should have came back and took it from Sihon, is what you're saying. Balak should have sat back here and grabbed the sack, because Sihon was a chump. Sihon was soft as tissue, and he took y'all out. If he was really a body, he should have took your ancestral land, air quote, from them. And we would still would have whipped on y'all anyway. Listen, Jephthah was the right man for the job. Man. He was flexing on him. Man. He was flexing. He told him the truth. Man. He wasn't playing no games. Man. He was overboard in his spiritual request about taking out these people, but he was giving it to him, bro. He was giving my you know what. Let's keep going.
Wherefore, I have not sinned against thee, but thou doest me wrong to war against me. The Lord, the judge, be judge this day between the children of Israel and the children of Ammon.
The key is this. You know the Most High is on your side if you've done nothing wrong. But you better be really humble and really be introspective to make sure that you're not doing anything wrong. But if you're not doing anything wrong and you were in the right, and they went through the entire explanation about why Israel was right. So Jephthah was like, we didn't do anything wrong to you. We didn't harm y'all. And we're justified in taking this land. So whatever happens, happens, bro. The Most High is going to be the judge.
Yeah, it's like what it says, strive not with a man without a cause.
Yeah.
Y'all ain't really got a cause. I broke it down. You don't have one.
And this is what Moses said. Listen, man, if y'all with Dathan and Korah, go over here. If you're with Moses and Aaron, go over here. The Most High is going to decide. It's that simple. Because neither party was backing down on their claim. You can sit back here and go back on your ancestral whatever the hell. The Most High gave it to him. He said, man, if Shamash gave it to you, what you going to say?
Right.
Nah, you right, ancestral does come before my God. Yeah, right. You ain't doing that. You're going to sit back and claim that your father or your spiritual father, your deity, justified your lot in this place. You know, first of all, they were just mad because that was dope land. And you could farm and do whatever the hell you want on that land. It was Bala land. Anyway, let's keep going.
Howbeit.
Now we're in verse 28. We're in Judges 11 and 28. Read on.
Howbeit, the king of the children of Ammon, hearkened not unto the words of Jephthah.
I ain't listening to this cat. Read on.
Which he sent him.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 29. Then the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah, and he passed over Gilead, and Manasseh, and passed over Mizpah of Gilead, and from Mizpah of Gilead he passed over unto the children of Ammon.
And like we talked about earlier, that whole land of Gilead was Manasseh, Gad, and Reuben. Half of Manasseh, Gad, and Reuben was over there. And the Spirit of the Lord came unto them and passed over. Read on.
And Jephthah vowed vowed a vow unto the Lord, and said, If thou shalt without fail deliver the children of Ammon into mine hands, then it shall be that whatsoever cometh forth of the doors of my house to meet me, when I return in peace from the children of Ammon, shall surely be the Lord's, and I will offer it up for a burnt offering.
I have no idea why this man said whatever comes out of my house, I'm offering for a burnt offering. Did he think it was going to be some goat that welcomed him in?
He must have a lot of pets.
Like I said, did you think it was going to be some animal that they were? Got him. You got to go, G. Did you have no inclination that your child, and even if you did, why didn't you say, hey, daughter, when the war is over, stay in your room. You can't be the first thing that I see when I get back from war. That makes this. Listen, I know he was zealous as hell, and he was turned up, but that makes no sense to me. I don't get it.
He was overzealous.
Brother.
I don't know.
Yeah, he was overzealous. It's just that that was when keeping it real went wrong, bro. That was he was keeping it too real. I was like, damn, you that gangsta out here, man? Damn, I'm serious. That was real as hell. That was real as hell. And I'm trying to get to this. I'm trying to understand where it says that Spirit of the Lord went over Jephthah and passed over Manasseh. I'm just trying to find out what the heck that meant. So give me 1 second. I wasn't planning on going back to the Josephus, but Spirit of the Lord is 11:29, 7:5, 7 and 10. Let's go read Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 7, paragraph 9. Matter of fact, you know what? Let's do paragraph 8. I want to read this real quick. It won't take too long. Cause we got time.
So it's Antiquity of the Jews, book 5, chapter 7, paragraph 8.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That one. You do.
Okay.
Or what? Tell us about. Can you hit it for me then?
Come.
Let me salute you real quick. He gonna do the Bible.
I'm saying,
Yeah, I did.
Tazapah, Shah Shabbatah, Rahaban, Ban Rahaban, Ban Yasha'Allah.
Tazapah, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashala. Imagine. Bro, Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
All right. All right, let's do this paragraph 8.
When the Amorites had
had made an expedition into the land of Gilead, the inhabitants of the country met them at a certain mountain, but wanted a commander. Now there was one whose name was Jephthah, who bought on account of his father's virtue and on account of that army which he had maintained at his own expenses, was a potent man.
He was a potent man, bro. Okay.
The Israelites therefore sent to him and entreated him to come to their assistance, and promised him to dominion.
The dominion.
Okay. My
Yours is too?
misprint.
That's
You know, sometimes the blue is different than my crazy one, man. I got this. I bought this Josephus in the '90s, bro. It's different, man.
Might
So
be more accurate because this one you saw it says to dominion. So I guess the dominion over them as his lifetime. But he did not admit on their entreaties and accused them that they did not come to his assistance when he was unjustly treated. And this is an open manner by his brethren. For they cast him off as not having the same mother with the rest, but born of a strange mother that was introduced among them by a father's fondness.
yeah.
And this they did out of contempt of his inability to vindicate himself. So he dwelt in the country of Gilead, as it is called.
Wait. I'm trying to get clarity on that. It says, but born of a strange mother that was introduced among them by his father's fondness. So his father had a fondness of this son that he had from a strange woman.
So they had the same
Yes.
father, but different mothers.
Yep. And this they did out of a contempt of his inability to vindicate himself. So I guess he wasn't in a position to stand up for himself. So he got eradicated and kicked out. Okay, let's keep going.
So he dwelt in the country of Gilead, as it is called, and received all that came to him. Let them come from what place soever, and paid them wages. Whosoever, when they passed him to accept the dominion, and swore they would grant him the government over them as his life, he led them to war.
So when they promised that he have dominion, he went to war. When they promised him retribution, he decided to sit back and defend Israel. Let's keep going. Paragraph 9.
And when Jephthah had taken immediate care of their affairs, he placed his army at the city Mizpeh, and sent a message to the Amorite king, complaining on his unjust possession of their land. But that king sent a contrary message, and complained of the exodus of the Israelites out of Egypt, and desired him to go out of the land of the Amorites, and yielded up to him, as at the first his paternal inheritance.
Exactly.
But Jephthah returned this answer, that he did not justly complain of his ancestors' land, the land of the Amorites, and ought rather to thank them that they left the land of the Amorites to them, since Moses could have taken it also.
He said, you're lucky that Moses didn't take the Ammonites' land. And I just took off the Amorites. Amorites and Ammon was different. He says, well, he could have kept going east. We could have kept going south and wiped all y'all out. Be lucky Moses didn't do that. Read on.
And that neither would he receive from that land of their own which God had ordained for them, and that they had now inhabited above 300 years, but would fight with them about it.
Mm-hmm.
And when he had given them this answer, he sent the ambassadors away. And when he had prayed for the victory and had vowed to perform sacred offices, and if he had came home in safety, to offer in sacrifice what living creature soever should first meet him, he joined battle with the enemy and gained a great victory.
Let's hold tight on that, because I was really looking for a scenario that explained where it says the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah, and he passed over Gilead and Manasseh, and passed over Mizpah of Gilead, and from Mizpah of Gilead he passed over unto the children of Ammon. I guess what that's just saying is he got ready for war, and he sat back here and hunkered down in Mizpah to get ready to fight the children of Ammon. And that spirit of the Lord is the spirit of war.
He was hyped up.
He was ready to go.
He was so hyped up. He done said
So he was overly
himself
hyped
out
up.
there.
He was turned up on this. So now we go to Judges 11 and 30. Read that again, sir. Judges 11 and 30.
Judges chapter 11, verse 30. Jephthah vowed a vow unto the Lord, and said, If thou shalt without fail deliver the children of Ammon into mine hands, that it shall be, that whatsoever cometh forth of the doors of my house to meet me, when I return in peace from the children of Ammon, shall surely be the Lord's, and I will offer it up for a burnt offering.
Was it a wife, bro? Did he have a wife in the house, man? What was he really do? I'm gonna kill my woman. I'm gonna kill my kid. I'm gonna do everything. That's a little too much, but hey, cool, man. Let's keep going.
So Jephthah passed over unto the children of Ammon to fight against them, and the Lord delivered them into his hands, and he smote them from Aror, even to thou come to
Minnith,
even 20 cities, and unto the plain of the vineyards, with a very great slaughter. Thus the children of Ammon were
subdued
before the children of Israel.
Listen, that's all that chapter. There's more to it. I'm glad they didn't go into the fact that the daughter came out here and he saw his daughter and was like, I gotta take you out. He gave her 2 months to play and hang out and bewail her virginity. Then he killed her. They said the people of Israel mourned that scenario. I don't know why he did that, but point is, the reason that we went to this verse in this chapter, it deals with the parallel of how we were reading in Numbers about how Moses sent Israel through the land of Amorites. They didn't sit back and let us in. They were violent. We took out Sihon and then Og, which eventually gave us the whole eastern side of Jordan, which was the land of Gilead. But that was meant to be, and it was really the Amorites' blunder that set that up. And now we're reading in Judges that they sat back here and held a 300-year grudge as to them losing that space. Okay, so now we're going to let that go and go to the next verse. And it's Hebrews 9, verse 11 through 28. Hebrews 9. Hebrews 9, verse 11 through 28. Let's see. Hebrews 9, 11. Yep. Hebrews 9, 11 through 28. Yeah, I need you to finish it up, sir.
No, just think about Ecclesiastes. Be not rash to make vows.
You want to read?
Oh, that's fine.
Let's do it. He got it. We get everybody in. You said be not rash what?
It says be not rash to utter a vow to the Lord.
Yeah, I was rash as hell.
Yeah.
Arya, Shalamoth,
Shal Shabbatah.
Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yasharala.
Arya Shalamath, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yashala, Amajah, Barak, Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshua Barakatah.
All right. All righty. So we're gonna do Hebrews chapter 9, verse 11 down to 28. It's the end of the chapter. And what this chapter is talking about, he gives us, I guess, the parallels of the sprinkling of the ashes of red heifer and how that process was used to cleanse us, or the blood of the bulls and the lambs, in comparison to now how the blood of Christ is what cleanses us now. And that's what this Hebrews chapter 9 talks about. So let's go there, Hebrews 9 and 11.
Hebrews chapter 9 and verse 11. But Christ, being come an high priest of good things to come, by a greater and more perfect tabernacle, not made with hands, that is to say, not of this building.
Okay, so Christ was a high priest, and he was a greater and more perfect tabernacle, because in the process of following Christ, in the process of following his example, we would get a greater result from following Christ's methods than going through the superficial sacrifices that we went through in honoring the law of Moses. Okay? It's not that what the law of Moses taught was wrong. We just get a greater effect by following Christ's approach. Read on.
Neither by the blood of goats and calves, but by his own blood he entered in once into the holy place, having obtained eternal redemption for us.
Don't forget, the priest. Christ is referred to as a high priest. The high priest annually went to the Holy of Holies to sit back here and make that intercession for the sins of the nation. Every year, Christ sat back here and spilled his blood once and gave us that eternal opportunity to go back to the Most High and make things right. And that's why they're saying that Christ's example and his priesthood was more efficient and greater than the priesthood that was taught through Moses. Zach, read on.
Verse 13. For if the blood of bulls and of goats and the ashes of an heifer sprinkling the unclean.
And we read about that red heifer, which was really a brown female cow. And the sprinkling of that brown female cow on the blood of bulls and goats, read on.
Sanctify it to the purifying of the flesh.
All of the blood, the shedding of blood, the burning of that red heifer symbolized the purifying of your flesh, the purifying of your sin and your negative. Read on.
How much more shall the blood of Christ, who through the eternal Spirit offered himself without spot to the Most High.
So what he's saying is, how much more if the blood of these animals and that sprinkled ash of that heifer, if that symbolized our cleansing and our spiritual change, then how much more now is Christ and Christ's life in the purging? How much more is Christ's death going to purge ourselves from these dead works? Read verse 14 again.
Come. Verse 14 from the top. How much more shall the blood of Christ, who through the eternal Spirit offered himself without spot
so
to the
Most High. So what he's saying is Christ's example was perfect. And because his example was perfect and he didn't sin, in living a life of no sin, he gave us an example of how to stay pure with the Heavenly Father through his example. And if we learn to follow Christ's example, it's how we can get pure. In comparison to just constantly killing animals and getting ashes of animals being sprinkled on us. That is a more foolproof way to change, to follow examples of the Most High than the sacrifices Moses intended for us to follow. Read on.
Purge your conscience from dead works to serve the living power.
Because as Paul is explaining things, he understood that our conscience and our outlook had to be changed in order to truly please the Heavenly Father. And that was what Christ's life on earth was to show us. That we had to change how we looked at things. We had to learn how to love the brothers and sisters next to us. And that our love should motivate us to continue to change what was inside of us. So Christ dying meant he was that last sacrifice that was necessary to bring us back to the Heavenly Father. And like we read earlier, there was no need to sit back and have any more red heifers. We talked about how there was no more red heifers after the second temple falling down. And it was because Christ was that last living sacrifice. And we didn't need to go through that process of cleansing ourselves anymore. Read on.
Verse 15. And for this cause, he is the mediator of the New Testament.
It's not that this New Testament was anything different than the Old Testament. It was just a greater, more advanced version of the first. Read on.
That by means of death, for the redemption of the transgressions that were under the first testament, they which are called might receive the promise of eternal inheritance.
But this chapter in this verse is still talking about this New Testament by means of Christ's death redeemed the people that were under the first testament. The people that were under the first testament are the Israelites. He's still showing you that Christ died to save the Israelites. And he died to sit back here and give us a second chance to redeem us back to the Heavenly Father. And not only did he die for our sins, he gave us the template of how to live to constantly keep us right with the Heavenly Father. That template is the standard that we all have to live by. Read on.
For where a testament is, there must also of necessity be the death of the
testator. The testor.
testator.
The testor.
Testor.
No, I was right. Testator. I was right the first testator. So what it's saying is, Christ. What's up, Mom? Okay. Christ had to die, and his example was left behind for us to follow. So Christ had to die for the testament to be in the full effect in the first place. Read on.
For a testament is a force after men are dead.
Got it.
Otherwise, it is of no strength at all while the testator liveth.
Exactly. And that's why Christ was hated when he was living. The message and his example had more strength and had more bite to it after he passed on. Now he had to shed blood, just like that red heifer had to die to sit back here and be the way to cleanse the people. Christ had to die to sit back and give us a chance to be cleansed. So he had to physically die, and his example was there on paper for us to follow, for us to say saved. So it was a combination of things. He had to die to give us salvation, and his example was here for us to follow so that our conscience could be pure. He worked on our conscience by showing the example of how to do things the right way and make the right decisions. And everything was left on paper as a testament after he died. Okay? Yes, sir?
I got the definition for testament.
Mm-hmm.
It says a will, especially one that relates to the disposition of one's personal property.
Exactly. Wow. So the will, so he's like, I died, and these people are going to inherit everything I'm going to get. But the inheritance was the kingdom, and it was the blueprint on how to get to the kingdom. This is how you have to think. This is the mindset you have to get to the kingdom. But that testament was only for a group of people. It was only for one people that was his, the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Yes, sir.
And it also explains how he's the mediator.
Exactly.
It says the property now belongs to him, so we now belong to him. That's
exactly.
why he's the mediator or the go-between between us and the Most High.
And his go-between was his example. I had to live this example to be the mediator. So now he's not living the example anymore. He lived it, and his life was what was the go-between between us and the Most High. This is how you do it. If you want to get on the Most High side, this is the mindset you have to have. If you want this gaping distance between the Most High and the people, I can bridge the gap. My lifestyle can bridge the gap. We kept reading it. We talked about it earlier. What was the message of that verse in that chapter in Numbers 21? When the fiery serpents are biting us? Not to complain. To be appreciative. We couldn't get that. And we couldn't understand that every challenging thing we would experience was there so we can learn how to cleave to the Heavenly Father. We just never understood that the Most High loved us. We never understood that. We couldn't get past the losses and the correction and the fire. We never understood the Most High love. That's why Christ kept saying, "Your Father loves you. I love you. I'm giving my life for you." We didn't understand we needed love, and everything that was done for us from the beginning was out of love. So he was that mediator. He left the testament. That testament was how to please the Heavenly Father, and the testament was really only given to the Jews. Read on. Or the Jews, it was the Jews who knew who they were, like in Hebrews, or the Israelites who had no clue of who the Most High was. They was living like Romans and Greeks and so forth and so on. Read on.
Whereupon.
What verse are you? Don't forget, when we're sitting back here, like we kind of like go into a little talk for a little period of time. Make sure you repeat the verse.
Hebrews chapter 10 and verse 18.
It's 9. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
You're good.
9 and verse 18.
Yes, sir.
Whereupon neither the first testament was dedicated without blood. For when Moses had spoken every precept to all the people according to the law, he took the blood of calves and of goats with water and scarlet wool and hyssop and sprinkled both the book and all the people.
Exactly. Read on.
Saying, "This is the blood of the testament which the Most High hath enjoined unto you."
So the oath and the bond and the testament was made in blood. That is how, in the Most High's eyes, things were solidified. There was a blood pact. Okay? That's how the Most High worked it. Hell, in the right-hand side or the left-hand side, the oaths and pacts are in blood. That means it's permanent. Okay? Read on.
Verse 21. Moreover, he sprinkled with blood both the tabernacle and all the vessels of the ministry.
Mm-hmm.
And almost all things are by the law purged with blood.
Come.
And without shedding of blood is no remission.
Exactly. So even from the Old Testament, that was standard. Without shedding blood, you can't make things right. Only thing that's changed from the Old Testament to the New is that it was one death that had to happen versus multiple deaths. It was one atonement for the nation versus an annual atonement for the nation that the high priest would go into in the Holy of Holies every year. Okay? Read on.
Hebrews 9 and 23. It was therefore necessary that the patterns of things in the heavens should be purified with these.
Mm-hmm.
But the heavenly things themselves were better sacrifices than these.
Heavenly things were better sacrifices than these. The scripture tells you, if I'm not mistaken, in Colossians 3 and 1, let me find it real quick. I think it's Colossians 3 and 1. Where it says to set your affection on things above, not things on the earth. That was verse 2 in Colossians. The point I was saying is that the heavenly things are better than the physical blood sacrifices. So we're saying making these spiritual changes is what the Most High was looking for in us. Changing our conscience. Like we read in chapter 9, verse 14. Purging your conscience from dead works to serve the living Father was what the Most High was expecting. He was expecting change versus this repeated process of killing animals. The killing of the animal, the intention was to sit back here and pursue a clean life, and to hate and to eschew uncleanliness. And that was what the Most High's intention was through all the sacrifices. What it's saying is Christ came into the scene and had a more streamlined approach for us to sit back here and get in good graces with the Most High. Because obviously the First Testament, we just didn't understand. So now he brought Christ down here, and Christ's message was all about cleaning the outlook up, working the internal motivations, working how you look at things, how you process things. What are your intentions while you're following the law? What good is following the law if your intentions aren't pure alongside following the law? That was the message he was driving, to attack the conscience. Not eliminate the law, but it's to instill the law on top of a pure conscience behind it. So in actuality, Christ's message was more difficult than the message that that Moses was establishing. Because not only did you have to understand the law of Moses, you had to understand the law of Christ, which was to purify your thinking and your outlook on top of all the procedural things that Moses had us follow. And that was why he was giving the Pharisees so many problems. He was attacking their intentions, their motivations. You've mastered the law, you've mastered the routine, but your spirit is dirty. Your inside is negative. Your heart is full of sepulchres. You're nothing but negative inside of you, but you can procedurally do everything right. So he was taking Israel to another level of understanding. But that level of understanding was the blueprint on how to please the Heavenly Father. That was the testament that was left. So we would no longer be guessing and groping by noonday and not knowing what it takes to please the Most High and constantly stumbling and making mistakes in our life. That was the message. That was the point. And killing animals and sprinkling red heifer ashes on you wasn't the solution. Changing your thinking was. Learning how to look at your brother and sister in the purest of light and to give for free was the message. All right. So Hebrews 9 and what? Where are we at now? Verse 23?
Hebrews chapter 9, verse 24.
Okay, perfect.
For Christ is not entered into the holy places made with hands, which are the fingers of the truth.
The figures.
Figures of the truth, but into heaven itself, now to appear in the presence of the Most High for us.
He said, Christ is not entered into holy places made from hands. Don't forget, we kept reading about in Numbers chapter 19 how the Most High kept expecting our tabernacle to be clean. It wasn't just about going and they couldn't physically go into the tabernacle. The Levites could, nobody else could. But he kept emphasizing that the individual tabernacle had to be clean. Your spirit had to be clean. If you touched anything defiled, you had to be clean. So what he's showing you was Christ was the same way. Christ wasn't entering into temples made with hands. He was about cleansing and purifying your tabernacle. Wherever you went was where your tabernacle was. That was the message. That was the bigger point. We were making it so much about the building and the killing of the animals at the building that we would be spiritual as hell at the temple and be like niggas in their own tents. He was trying to teach us to carry the tabernacle mindset everywhere you go. Search to be pure and clean wherever you went, not just at this holy place where I'm killing animals in front of the Most High and washing them and cleaning them and burning and offering to be sacrificed. Everybody was spiritual there. Then everybody stopped being spiritual once you left the tabernacle or the temple. It's like Israel now. We'll come to the schoolhouse, be pure of thought, be right-minded, and then go home and be all negative. That was how we mystified the temple and didn't take the message from the temple back to the house. Got it? Okay, let's keep going. Where are we at? Hebrews 9 and what?
Verse 25. Nor yet that he should offer himself often, as the high priest entered into the holy place every year with blood of others.
He says even it didn't make sense to Christ to have to go to this holy of holies every damn year to offer a sacrifice for the people so that the day after the sacrifice they can go back and sin and have to go back and do a whole other 360 days to get back to that spot again and go through this repetitive scenario that didn't change the heart or the intention of the individual in the nation. Right? It didn't change the thinking. We still thought negative, but we went through these procedures. Read on.
Verse 26. For then must he often have suffered since the foundation of the world. But now once in the end of the world hath he appeared to put away sin by the sacrifice of himself.
The way Christ put away sin by the sacrifice of himself is that now he's given us the ability to fight and be pure. Has sin left the world when Christ died? No. The choice to sin is always there. But Christ's example has now given us another option. So where now I can choose the most clear and precise path that's available to attain my salvation. That's what Christ has done. And that's how he has put an end to sin. He's put an end to sin by giving us an opportunity to overcome the sin. Does that make sense? He's given us all the tools necessary to conquer death. Read on.
Hebrews 9:27. And as it is appointed unto men once to die, but after this the judgment.
Yep.
So Christ was once offered to bear the sins of many, and unto them that look for him shall he appear the second time without sin unto salvation.
So it says, and it was appointed unto men once to die, but after this judgment, so that there was the punishment for living the wrong way after death. So Christ was offered to bear the sins of many, and unto them that look for him, meaning them that choose to follow his path, he shall appear the second time without sin unto salvation. You have an opportunity to salvation if you follow his path. And without Christ being there, without Christ's example, we would have never had a clear, concise solution to getting to the kingdom. Now we know we have to follow the law of Moses, and we have to follow Christ's approach if we want to get to the kingdom. I can't sit back here and eat pork and forgo the law of Moses, but then love my neighbor. I have to love my brother, love my neighbor, and follow these 630 plus commandments. And if I combine those concepts, now I have a relationship with the Most High. Yes, sir.
Is that the law of liberty? Like saying the law of liberty, that now it's about him being that example in following that. Because if you put it all together with him purchasing us with his blood, well, because I was reading Galatians 5:1 where it says, "Stand fast, therefore, in the liberty wherewith Christ hath made us free," and that was in that example and the purchasing. So it's about following Christ free willingly.
I understand what you're saying, but I wouldn't use the word liberty. Okay. I ain't using anything that's making Jake ass niggas be more slothful. And I'm gonna tell you why. Remember we read it in the Josephus? We read in Josephus when it said that Israel's nature was to be what? Gosh darn it! Where did it? We read it today. Indolent. He said Israel's intention is always to be indolent, and indolent is shiftless and lazy and slothful. So my point is, words are everything. I like to sit back here, and it's not. It don't gotta be just a war's way. But when you say liberty, it just gives people an excuse to do what the hell they want to do, man. I understand. I even understand the context of the liberty, because what they're saying is the liberty that Christ brings to the table relieves us from the shackles of the law of Moses. That was pretty much what was explained. You want to say, but I just want to make sure. I just like to kind of explain it as the law of Moses and the law of Christ. Because it's really two approaches. Christ just had an advanced, clearer, pure understanding of what the law of Moses was. I'll never forget this part. Where in the law of Moses said, if you beat your servant and you took his eye out, the law is you have to let him go. If you maim your servant, let him go. That's the law. Now, if Christ was in a scenario where we had servants, what would Christ tell us? Why are you going to maim your servant? Why don't you sit back here and work your servant? Why do you have to beat him until you take a body part off? Why do you got to beat him until you take an eye out? Get my point? But the law said, it was almost like the law was the minimum of what you had to do to get out of trouble. But when you establish the bare minimum a person has to do, they're going to stay at that bare minimum and fall short and keep being worse than the bare minimum. And in tapping into the bare minimum, you never understand the spirit of what the Most High was trying to invoke in you. Now, if you take all the standards of the law that Moses gave, and then you implement what Christ was teaching about that love and that mercy and that consideration, now I can start changing now the law can actually start working in my spirit. The application of these words can actually change my life. What are you going to say, Tasco? I know you got your hand up, bro.
God, I was just going to say that we can't forget what Christ freed us up from. Christ freed us up from death.
Yeah.
We can't forget that some of the laws, you can offer burnt offerings and stuff and be forgiven, but some of the laws you had to actually die for. So that's what he freed us up for. And then him, like it tells us in Hebrew, sprinkling our conscience. Your conscience is your moral compass. The difference between what's right and what's wrong. We didn't get that.
Yeah.
All we understood was, okay, I got to offer this animal up and then I'll be forgiven.
Yeah.
But it didn't change our way of thinking. It didn't give us a moral compass to say, you know what? Let me not kill these innocent animals. So an innocent man had to die to where we would eventually develop some type of moral compass to say, well, you know, Christ had to die for me doing this. So I shouldn't do this.
And let me just change me.
Let me just change.
Let me sit back and stop using all my excess of animals. And let me just change what's inside of me, and everything will be okay. And what you said, Tawam, was exact. Listen, what you said was right. I don't want you to think I was attacking the liberty angle. I just want you to know that. What's that?
No, I get that. The way I was coming, I should have been a little bit clearer. It's just the levels that you go through in the truth.
Yes.
And that can be damaging somebody that's new that is still looking at or having those certain battles in sin or things that they're going through, that thinking liberty could be a trip up.
Because the crazy thing is, even when Christ, when he delivered his message, he tiered his messages depending on the caliber of person he was dealing with. When he dealt with the publicans, he said, sin no more. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. That was it. Stop sinning. Because the guy that can't get past breaking laws, you got to stop breaking laws, bro. Now, the guy who wanted to sin about not breaking laws, I got to go into your soul. Oh, you're the perfect guy that didn't break no laws since you was a kid? Then give up all your bread and serve. That's the next level of battle that you got to give up. Then he was crying. He didn't feel good after that. Or the Pharisee that was perfect in the law, but his example was crappy and his outlook was negative and his motivation was crappy. I'm going at your heart. But the regular sinner, dude, I can't go into your intentions yet because you're not ready for that. So you just stop sinning, repent, for the kingdom is at hand. For everybody, he knew exactly what was the next step that they needed to accomplish to grow. And that was what Christ's example was all about. Where are you at? Okay, based off what's in you, you got to give that much more. You give that much more. And now you're growing. And then once you get to that point, guess what? Now you got to give that much more. So that was what Christ was. He was challenging and pushing everybody to give more, because what they gave wasn't. All of us ain't giving enough. And that was the message. That was the teaching in the spirit of Christ. None of y'all giving enough, and if y'all stay in that mindset, you'll keep what? You'll keep growing, and I'll be pleased with you. Because what did Christ say? I think it was Matthew 24. Blessed is that servant when his Lord comes back. He'll find his servant what? Doing what? Improving himself, changing herself, making the adjustments necessary to purify their tabernacle. It was the ongoing process of change was what Christ was trying to inspire in the message he was driving. On top of what you said, him dying gave us the chance to keep working on ourselves, permanent, long term, without the fear of death immediately.
And getting rid of that stony heart.
Mm-hmm.
Because we still got it.
Exactly.
We'll be perfect in the scriptures, going to class, salute brothers, salute sisters.
Loud as hell, long ass fringes.
But still negative in the mind.
Exactly.
Still got a negative outlook.
No doubt.
But the more we study and come to class and be around like-minded people, then that we actually work on that. So, right?
That is the intention. What Tasapa is saying is people get into the habit of going to the tabernacle. Like we back in the day, we would go through the routine. And the thing is this, you're supposed to come to class. You're supposed to come around. But what is the intention of coming around and coming to class for? I got to use it as a springboard to change what's inside of me. But what we end up doing After a period of time, we just go through the motions. And that's what the Most High is saying. That's where the problem is. Because that's what Israel did when we was going through all the sacrifice in the tabernacle. We go through the tabernacle. You have to put your hand on the animal's head. Oh, I did really bad. And because I sinned, all this sin got to go on this animal. So I had to wash the animal's legs and feet, kill him, gut him out, then give him to the priest to burn. But all that blood was on my hands. So I go home, feel bad for an hour, wash up. Now I'm doing sin again. We'll be in class.
Become numb to that.
We'll sit, but it's the same thing. We'll sit back here and say, wow, the knowledge in class was phenomenal. Then I'll leave 2 hours later. You back turned up watching crappy movies and thinking dirty thoughts again. It's all facts. It's the same thing. Oh man, the Lord is powerful. Wow, Israel, Moses, you was a great man. What's next? What's for dinner? And you forget all. Yeah. It goes from what's for dinner. Then I want to smoke and drink something. And all of a sudden, you're dirty again. Your mind is dirty, then eventually your actions will be dirty. He's showing, can I take the momentum and the lessons home and make my life pure and my tabernacle pure? If I accept that I'm the Most High's tabernacle, maybe I'll keep that pure all the time. That's the intention. That was the message Christ was establishing. So everybody is on point. I'm just very leery about certain word choices. Because I'm telling you, you're called to liberty. That's a get out of jail free card for a lot of people. Liberty to do what? The freedom, really it's the freedom to serve the Most High to the max. To give your all to the Most High. That's what the freedom is. Without restraint, 110% of your effort, you can go to changing. Because the crazy in the law tells you all you got to do is this. And all you got to do is this and you're good. The freedom is the freedom to serve to the max. That's really what the freedom is. All right, Hebrews 9. Where are we at? Are we done? All right. We're going to be done then. Any questions? Online, in class, any questions? This reading went faster than the last two. Them last two, it was marathons, man. But we had to get through them. Those are important. Once again, is there any other classes online? Con, exactly. I noticed that. What you said online. Shootawism. But are there any other questions for the class before we shut it down? Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Tree. All right. Let me just rest one more time, then we'll go to this present slide. This water is. I'll just go along. We're gonna do it. It's all good. Let's just get it in. Amajim Wapanya Yerushalayim. Rise and face Jerusalem, the east. Okay. All right. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh, please listen to us right now. Send Micah and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yashala. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh shall come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen. Barak Thah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Hahawa Ab. Nathan Lanawa. Hathawa Ra. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law. Barak Thah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Hahawa Ab. Nathan Lanawa. Award. La Ra'ah. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see. Barak Thah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Hahawa Ab. Nathan Lanawa. Ha'ayo. Kwara. La Kwara. Ha'ay. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people. Barak Thah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Hahawa Ab. Nathan Lanawa. Shaman. Zayat. La Mashak. Yasharala. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
In thy faithfulness.
In thy faithfulness.
Every night.
Every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
And upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
For thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy work.
has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph
I will triumph
in the works of thy hands.
in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works,
how great are thy works,
and thy thoughts are very deep.
and thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not,
A brutish man knoweth not,
neither doth the fool understand this.
neither the fool understands.
When the wicked spring as the grass,
When the wicked spring as the grass,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
For thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
For lo, thine enemies,
For lo, thine enemies,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
for lo, thine enemies shall perish.
for lo, thine enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
But my horn shall thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire on mine enemies.
My desire on my enemies.
And my ear shall hear.
And my ear shall hear.
My desire
My desire
of the wicked that rise up against me.
of the wicked that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing,
They shall be fat and flourishing,
to show that the Lord is upright.
to show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama Iowa.
Iowa.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma.
Ma.
Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Hashaman.
Hashaman.
Hatawab.
Tawab.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hara'ash.
Hara'ash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
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 Aharad.
Aharad.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Payat.
Payat.
Badawafiwa.
Badawafiwa.
Katal.
Katal.
Haramwan.
Haramwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Haroria.
Haroria.
Tazayawan.
Tazayawan.
Payat.
Payat.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Nabaraka.
Nabaraka.
Kayayam.
Kayayam.
Ay.
Ay.
Harwalam.
Harwalam.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord command the blessing, even life forevermore, by Hashem Yahushai. Yahweh, by Hashem, Yahushai, Rakanawa, Washralia, Wabiyath, Sepoya, turn. Yahweh, by Hashem, Yahushai, Rakanawa, Washralia, Wabiyath, Sepoya, turn. Yahweh, by Hashem, Yahushai, Rakanawa, Washralia, Wabiyath, Sepoya, turn. Yahweh, by Hashem, Yahushai, Rakanawa, Washralia, Wabiyath, Sepoya. Barak Yahweh, Barak Yahushai, Barak Yahushai, all knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all patience, all power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. By Hashem, Yahushai, Wada, Yat, Man. Israel circle up. Got it? You want to do it? Okay, next time. Spread out your legs. Why not? Why your face out? Go for it.
Throwing out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahushai, Koya Sharala, and the Israel, Magi. Rock.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Rakatom.
Koya Sharala.
Koya Sharala.
Koya Sharala.
Koya Sharala.
Koya Sharala.
Koya Sharala.
Sisters, now. Throwing out the darts of Zion, and the Israel, Magi. Rock.
Yes, Matap. Dismiss. All out. Shalom, Bukhar. How you doing, brother? Okay, we're going to shut it down. See y'all on Monday.